Hello. Hello, hello. I hope you had a good weekend. Alrighty. Today, play some PGR again. Continuing on with the main story. And this one I'm actually excited to get through. I'll be rereading through chapter 15. Last Spark. I don't remember too much from this one. All I know is that at the end of it, you get to fight, you fight Lamia. And then there's the hidden section of it, the hidden story for it, which I haven't done. So that's going to be completely new for me. Alrighty. So, that being said, let's go straight into it. This is a long one, too. Alright. I'm probably just gonna only go through the normal for this chapter. Maybe I'll do, like, maybe I'll do some of the hidden interlude notes, and we'll see. Alright, right under the rose. Huh. I know, of course, that Plato's Atlantis never really existed. And for that very reason, it can never die. It was always it will always be an ideal, a dream of perfection, a goal to inspire men for all ages to come. So that's why the symphony ends with a triumphant march into the future. The Songs of Distant Earth, Arthur C. Clarke. Babylonia, 24 hours before Cerberus receives their message, or mission. Having walked along the long, narrow corridor, Nicholas stands before the old wooden door at the end, and he pushes it open to enter the room. Unveiled before his eyes is a crass, tasteless, yet ridiculously luxurious study. Nicola takes a look around the room and frowns. Velvet curtains, a chandelier, a long black walnut table. These are all trinkets from ages ago. To have moved these unnecessary items onto Babylonia during an apocalypse is the cruelest mockery to those who were left behind. In the cause of Nicola's furrowed brows, the silver-haired man leaning back on the leather swivel chair has finally noticed his presence, and his body shifts. With his hands on the chair arms, Collins slowly turns around. Long time no see, my dear Nicky. Collins' tone is fervent with a sense of joy, as if the two of them are actually old friends who have not seen each other for a while. Nicola's brows furrow further upon Collins' intimate greetings. Time has passed, and Nicola's station and stance are far removed from where they once were. Still, the disgust and contempt he feels about the man before him have not changed from his days in Corono. Come on, stop staring at me like a mortal enemy. It's been so long. Take a seat. We'll catch up. Collins gestures to Nicola with a please motion, his tone frivolous and comical, as if he is still speaking to a subordinate from Corono instead of the chief commander of Babylonia. Not hiding his displeasure, Nicola sits down on the other side of the long table regardless. I'm not here to catch up, Collins. What Corono has been doing to Uzabeni has crossed the Parliament's line. P for Parliament, or P for President, huh? Collins savors every word he says. Nicola's silence makes Collins laugh. Times are a-changin', and we're now playing. Oh shit! Hang on, I'll be right back. Wait, give me a second. Alright. Sorry. Nothing annoys me more than constantly getting interrupted by something. What's happening? Oh. Times are changing, and we're now playing in space instead of on Earth. Folks like us manage to live this long because we know the rules, and we follow them. And long before this mess started, we made them. Don't lump me in with you. True, you've thrown away your past for a spot on the front stage as the dazzling chief commander, the boss, soldier of Earth's forces. But you and I both know that a person's nature is determined by their upbringings. You can't bury who you were. Why else would you appear before me as yourself instead of the angry soldier boy you are now? In this room, nonetheless. Don't tell me you just want to condemn Corono's actions with a serious speech. Before Nicola can react, Collins has already interrupted him. Sure, I invited you, but you were the one who accepted the invitation. Here you stand inside my personal study instead of a proper conference room. And you know damn well the nature of this conversation, and still, here you are. Colin's voice sounds like a venomous snake, its tongue out, flicking by a human's ear, whispering. I offer you intel, and you repay me with clearance. Hasn't this been how we work together? Why are you acting like a stranger, dear Nikki? I've turned a blind eye within my authority as much as I could regarding you detaining a task force commandant. Understand this. I can take away your clearance any moment if I want. Corona is a shadow that can't go into the light. You wouldn't want your dirty laundry hidden all these years, exposed in the sun, would you? Nah, you won't do that. We've surely passed the bluffing stage by now, Nikki. You won't go back on your word before you've gotten what you want. Your president is sentimental, but not you. The Great Raven Commandant is just lavish to you, no more important than any other Commandant you got. You aren't going to war to get one person back, because you don't care. Nicola makes a light grumble. You bet your leverage on the right table instead of giving it away when you know everyone has their eye on it. My inaction and passiveness on this matter have caused a sense grievance. I have no interest in an open conflict with him. See, I like talking to you because you put logic before your feelings, unlike your President Hassan and his crocodile tears. Nicola's expression shifts for a second. Collins does not notice it, however. You have no more clearance to hold on to our Commandant. Even if I were willing to look the other way, neither the public nor the soldiers on the front line would tolerate it much longer. You're locking up the person who defeated the polyphage. The Great Raven Commandant has become the symbol of hope to the public. They're more likely to believe someone they can see instead of your made-up accusations. That's why I said you crossed the Parliament's line. Not every member gives a damn about the Great Raven Commandant, but they all care about the Parliament's authority and image to the people. You've contained Uzabeni in the name of confined treatment for way too long. Collins shakes his head. Not long enough. I still haven't found what I was looking for. Confined treatment is nowhere near enough. I can't understand what your obsession is with a human commandant. Nikki, you know damn well what it is. Nicola remains silent as Collins claps his hands, satisfied. Enough with the bullshit. I want to assign the Great Raven Commandant on a mission. We've detected Luna's mind activity on the surface. We need the Commandant to track her whereabouts. Nicola's fists tighten. He does not agree with Collins' request immediately. What makes you so sure that it's Luna? The signal from Luna's mind activity is special, even more so than the Ascendant we once got. It's like tens of thousands of minds bundled together in the same place. She usually keeps hers pretty damn well hidden, but we caught a glimpse last time when the polyphage was having her for dinner. We've detected its signature again, and this time we need the Grey Raven Commandant to track it and find Luna for us. You don't have the clearance. Mr. Benny is part of the military's task force. The Commandant's assignments must be pointed through the system in the Operation Logistics Center. Which is why you're here, Nikki. A little clearance isn't going to stop our chief commander, am I right? With his eyes closed and a deep breath, Nicola turns Collins down resolutely. As you said, I'm the chief commander. I cannot treat our rules as non-existent. We spent so much effort rebuilding laws and orders in the world after the apocalypse. They're the framework upon which the world progresses forward. Break the rule once, and you put a crack in the dam. It won't be long before it crumbles down and all hell breaks loose. You're starting to sound like your hypocritical president. But I know the truth. This is just my dear Nikki putting up a show. You don't give a shit about any of this. Neither you nor I am satisfied with maintaining this brief stability of the status quo. To be backed into a corner, this stability is just the calmness inside a coffin. Your ambition lies beyond the snow. Isn't finding a new way forward for humanity and destroying this false serenity what you've wanted? Collins takes out a folder from a hidden compartment underneath the table as he speaks. It is an old brown paper bag, its edges so worn down over time that it looks like it will fall apart upon touch. Collins throws it onto the table before him, carelessly, however. The scent of rotting paper fills the room. Besides, I found what you've been searching for all this time, dear Nikki. Nicola's gaze freezes when it reaches the words on the paper bag, and his pupils shrink slightly. Stamped in red on the bag is the phrase, Top Secret. Difficult to catalog and transmit, physical means of delivering information have been abandoned by humans for the last 100 years, ever since entering the information age. Except for classified information, most people choose paper to back up their secrets unanimously. Digitized information is easy to leak, and hard disks and CD-ROMs have a much shorter lifespan than paper. The shortcomings of a piece of paper are strengths when it comes to keeping classified intel. Staring at the date on the corner of the paper bag, Nicholas subconsciously reaches for it. But right as he is about to touch it, a finger presses down on a corner of the bag, holding it there. Nicholas' eyes shift up from Colin's finger to his face. The slight raise of the corner of Colin's mouth reminds Nicola of how he must have looked right now. Quietly, his hand withdraws from the bag. As I said, I cannot break the rules. The Grey Raven Commandant's assignments must be given through the Operation Logistics Center with an official construct squad. The mission details must also be officially approved and logged. Then we'll make it official, just the way you like. From what I've heard, you've got a task force directly under you called Cerberus. It's a remotely connected team, very experimental stuff, and its captain is a construct from Corona. Before he finishes, Collins gently lifts a corner of the bag with his finger, as if showcasing his trophy before Nicola. The silence brews. Nicola thinks for a moment before coming to a decision. I'll transfer the authority to assign Cerberus to the Operations Logistics Center. The Grey Raven Commandant can be deployed alongside the squad. You can send one of yours to oversee the operation, but find someone with a cleaner resume. I don't want people complaining, and I don't want too much noise made. Just this once. But it's over, and everything goes back to where they belong, including the Commandant. Satisfied with the answer he receives, Collins pushes the folder in his hand to the other side of the table before Nicola. Nicola picks up the paper bag, standing up and ready to leave. Collins stops him once more. What's still in that golden age trash that gets you all nervous? I had my technicians analyze it, but it's just some experiment data from the Science Council a few years before the virus destroyed everything. Dug up from the ruins by some guy. Took a trip through the black market before ending up at Daedalus, only to be recycled by us. Things like this were a dime a dozen. They might have been top secrets and cutting-edge technologies back in the day. They are as useful as a piece of paper at a time like this when everything has to start over from scratch. I'm just so damn curious. What's inside this that gets our Nikki here all obsessed? Before Nicola answers, Collins puts a finger to his mouth in a hush gesture. You don't have to say anything. Soon, we will all find out. As long as we're on the ship together, nothing will remain a secret forever. Nicola tilts his head. If that's the case, then everything about Corona will not remain hidden forever as well. Collins ignores him, and Nicholas steps outside the room. The door closes behind him. Babylonia, 12 hours before Cerberus receives their mission. That's the second time I said message instead of mission. I've brought the thing back. Nicholas throws the paper bag he got from Collins not too long ago before Hassan. Hassan catches it, and he immediately takes out the data from the bag and reads it carefully. Did Collins notice? No, I don't think he knew. He thought we disagreed, and I was giving him the Grey Raven Commandant behind your back. I'm surprised, too. I thought you'd reject me when I proposed this. You seem to value the Commandant a lot, after all. Valuing Zubeni doesn't mean I'll stay in a stalemate with Corona forever. Getting stuck in an arm wrestle helps nobody. Not to mention, they've been acting desperate. Being high profile and blatant isn't their MO. I'm worried that Collins has got his hands on something big, something important enough that gives him leverage to escalate like this. They say they needed Usubeni to help track down an Ascendant, but given the way and the number of people they're deploying, do you think they're truly hunting an Ascendant? Collins has his eyes set on Usubeni right now, which means Usubeni must be an important part of their plans. Connect the dots, and what do you think we'll find out? Or what do you think we'll find? Nicola's expression turns gradually more solemn as Hassan speaks. Something that's connected to Usubeni at this point in time. Are you saying that what they're after is? Nicola does not need to name what they're after, as he already knows the answer from Hassan's eyes. Indeed, it's exactly what you think. Of course, it's only my guess. Regardless, we can't prove that they've got a hold of her. Not to mention that we have no idea what they need her for. We need to know what this all means. We must act. You were our best option. If I compromised on the Grey Raven Commandant, Collins might figure out that something is afoot. But not me. Is that so? Exactly. Your past makes him less cautious, and our usual disagreements have provided our plan the best cover. I always think that you are more cold and logical than me in some ways. I have to warn you, Collins is not a fool. Even if he didn't notice at first, the moment I revealed my interest in that data, he knew what a trump card he got in his hand. He must have had a backup made before giving me the original file. I'm sure he had. Doesn't matter. Collins' data is incomplete. He doesn't know the more crucial information hidden behind his file. You're certain this intel will bring us what we want? Yes, I'm sure. To avoid suspicion, we had Murray retrieve a piece of information from Gestalt when Huashu hacked it. That information isn't complete, and neither is the one in Collins' hand. It appears to be a report on the zero-point reactor. It is. These files are the regular data feedback sent to the Science Council by each reactor. But we've discovered that the data reported by one of the reactors is slightly different. Based on Gestalt's calculation, the data was encrypted to hide a certain set of numbers. After we deciphered it, we discovered a set of coordinates hidden within. The coordinates of the zero-point reactor codenamed Atlantis. Because our information was incomplete, we only managed to get the latitude and the altitude of the reactor. Hassan waves the folder in his hand. We deduced that the longitude is hidden in reports during the same period of time, which ended up being the one that fell into Collins' lap. I don't understand. Why would anyone encrypt the location of their own reactor, only to send that information out? This is like the work of a spy. You're right. The world government was well established at that point. There were no borders or separate governments, with someone from the Golden Age trying to leak this information. Just because there was only one government didn't mean there were no disagreements. Zero-point reactors represented the next energy revolution. Whoever controlled it could reshuffle the world order and control everything. Which was why they had to hide the location of their reactor. Their union was just a temporary facade. As long as people are unequal and resources are not divided fairly, there is no true union in this world. It's almost tragic, isn't it? Whether it's the people in the glorious Golden Age or it's us on the brink of extinction, we still have the same struggle. We're still fighting the same fight. Strike. Earth, 2 hours after Cerberus' mission is abruptly terminated. Canines prefer to move in packs. Once separated, their survivability and strength are greatly diminished. Right now, Kurono is treating Cerberus as if they are real dogs. Worried that they would make a mess together or collude with one another, Kurono has separated the 3 Cerberus members for interrogation after setting up the quarantine zone, which was back in Inscription Labyrinth. Crossing her arms, Vera does not change her response regardless of how the interrogator questions her. I told you, we don't know who our mindless attacker is. It called itself Voodoo, and I kept mumbling about a guy named Vonnegut. It first attacked the Ascendant Roland before coming after us. That's all I got. Ask me however you like, but that's all I can tell you. What else are you expecting? A lecture on its behavior pattern? How the hell would I know what the punishing virus has done to it? Based on the mission logs, you had disengaged the remote connection for a time, not long after the mission began. Your tracks deviated from your planned route quite extensively afterward. Vera sneers. Planned route? What on earth is that? Our mission was to investigate what appeared to be Luna's mind activities and locate her. If there was a planned route, why the hell would we need to locate her? Vera narrows her eyes. Service accepted your assignment due to the Chief Commander's order, but that window closes when the mission ends. Now that you've terminated our mission has ended, so you have no authority over us anymore, given the terms of our arrangement. We don't even have to sit here and get grilled by you. Understand this. We're staying here listening to your macho crap because we're in a good mood, not because we're afraid. I know your type, so don't think for a second that your scare tactics will work on us. The hostility in her voice has all the Kurono soldiers raise their weapons. The red-haired construct stands amidst them proudly like a rose above its thorns. She has shown no signs of aggression. Her fingertips have not even moved an inch toward the hilt by her waist. Still, the threat she poses just standing there can nonetheless make one shiver with fear. The red-headed death. Someone whispers. Vera tilts her head toward whoever muttered her old nickname. She grins from ear to ear, almost in a teasing way. Ha! I haven't heard that name in a very long time. How nostalgic. Vera raises her hand, and all the soldiers hold their breaths just from this one simple motion. Everyone is expecting her to draw her sword, but she does not. Instead, she slides a finger across her neck in front of the soldiers tauntingly. Do you want me to cut you down? Her tone is cold, unlike her expression. The Kurono constructs interrogating her take a look at each other. This conversation is going nowhere. Continuing any further will only fan the flame. A Kurono soldier in charge steps forward. We have a grasp on the situation more or less. The transport craft will pick you up soon. You'll have to make a detailed report back on Babylonia. I want to see my team. Our report shows that a member of your team, designation BPH-22, has shown abnormal fluctuation in her mind during the operation. This might be connected to the hostile force's abilities. We'll need to quarantine her in isolation and inspect her frame. Before we can confirm she is stable, we cannot end our observation in case something goes wrong. Given that all three of you have come into contact with a new enemy type, we cannot eliminate the possibility that you are all potential risks. Each of you will be retrieved separately, and you will regain your freedom after we make sure everything checks out. Right as he finished speaking, a blade that cuts metal like butter has already slid across his cheek. No one can react in time. The female construct is so fast that no one caught the moment she drew her blade. Despite being a support-type construct, her movement is as swift as an attacker. By the time vital fluid drips down the soldier's cheek to his shoulder, the coronal constructs around Vera aim their guns at her, as if they have just been snapped awake. With their fingers on the triggers, they are prepared to fire. Vera's blade does not shift a bit. As I've mentioned, don't attempt to treat us the way you treat Grey Raven. No one understands you more than I do. Your bogus claims might work on those birdies, but you aren't fooling me. I know what you're planning. Lower your weapon, BPN 13. I repeat, lower your weapon, BPN 13. Unfazed, Vera just stares at him. At the same time, number 21's beast-like growl can be heard dozens of feet away from them on the other end of the quarantine zone. I want to see my captain. Do not come near me. Her growls spread to Vera's end sporadically. It is then followed by loud clashes and Noctis yelling immediately afterward. Hey, I have no idea what any of your words mean. I said I wanted to see my boss. Do you hear me? Oh? Trying to stop me, is that it? It seems that Corona has given her teammates the same speech. Vera's furrowed brows relax. Vera turns out to be the calmest one of them all. This thought makes her chuckle. But then, a voice in her ear stops her from smiling. This is not a voice her audio module picks up from the surroundings. This is a message directly transmitted to her audio-visual module. Encrypted channel connection identification confirmed. Mission ID 961211. Data transmitted to Construct VPN 13's databank. Your location. Destination 4.63 kilometers away. Two sensor coordinates appear on Vera's visual module. One of them points to a location fairly far away, while the other is less than 5 kilometers away from where she is. A field not far away from the outskirts of the town. As the captain of the task force directly under the chief commander, Vera has an encrypted communication channel with Nicola, who owns the only key. Hounds are tools that help the hunter hunt. She needs not ask nor think. Her only duty when an objective arrives is to make haste to the destination, retrieve the object, and bring it back to the target location. This is an order only she can hear, coordinates only she can see. A solo mission for Vera, and Vera only. She understands immediately. She sheaths her blade and makes a circle with her thumb and index finger, placing it next to her lip. She whistles. The sound penetrates and echoes throughout the quarantine zone. Captain. Number 21 has her back arched like a trapped beast, her body tense, growling, ready to strike the surrounding corona drip at any second. Upon hearing Vera's whistle, however, she slowly puts down her hands, lowering her head like a tamed puppy. I will listen. This is a signal Cerberus rarely uses. Seldom would people on the battlefield use such a loud and obvious signal. In fact, it does not entail any strategy at all. Cerberus never thinks about tactics or plans. This signal of theirs is simply used to issue a simple command. Sit. Good doggy. Cerberus is often ruthless on the field. Left unchecked, they will kill non-stop, usually resulting in matters getting out of hand. This is why Vera has designed the signal to command them to stop. If anything, it is more akin to a leash that holds back the rabid dogs. Noctis also hears her whistle from where he is. He hisses before throwing the Corona soldier in his grasp aside. Why won't you let us act? What are you doing, Vera? The transport crafts carrying number 21 and Noctis have departed. Seeing them flying away, Vera turns her gaze to the rest of the soldiers casually. The soldier behind her pokes her with the muzzle of his gun, urging her to enter her transport craft. But in a flash of an eye, Vera spins around and slashes his gun in half. Who knows how long it'll take if I do this by the book? If you're assigning me this operation, it's only fair that I get to call the shots on how I execute it. A breeze blows past your face. It carries the earthly smell of fresh soil. Your nose scrunches. You might be imagining it, but ever since you connected with the pale, beast-like construct, your sense of smell seems to have enhanced. You are smelling the scent of dirt, freshly watered. This is not a scent you would smell in Babylonia, metal-plated fortress. Confused, you suddenly find the constructs outside the blast-resistant glass raising their weapons. But you have not done anything this time. Curiously, they are not aiming at you either. Instead, first you hear a loud crash. You hear a piercing slash after that, the sound of the flesh and bones of the metal box housing you being slit. An opening appears on the black box around you. Bright light immediately floods in. Within the blinding light, you see a burst of violent red. Your eyes have adjusted to the dark for so long that they are not prepared for this burst of brightness. Your vision and mind go blank for a second. In that brief moment, that rosy red rushes to your side like a gush of wind. Slippery like a fish and quick like lightning, she swings her blade unceasingly. The cold hue of her blade blossoms into a blooming flower in the air. A strike immediately follows another. Her move is so fast that her blade leaves behind a continuous trail of light. Everywhere this flash of thunderbolt touches, a coronal soldier falls. But her blade does not stop as it slashes across the room toward the person bounded on a chair, none other than you. The stream of wind it carries reaches you before its blade. You close your eyes, subconsciously, expecting the pain to hit, but it does not. Instead, you hear a loud clang, the sound of metal hitting metal. Slowly you open your eyes, but your vision finally adjusting to the brightness. The first thing you see is the iron chain attached to your legs cut into two. Then you notice the blade that separates it is still pinned in front of you. The blade wielder's force is so strong that its point is buried deep into the ground. The sword is still rattling, its hum lingering in the air. Oh! You follow the sword and look up, and you find a familiar figure standing before you. You cannot help yourself but utter her name. Vera. Vera, facing away from the light, stands there, the corner of her mouth gently raised. Hello there, Grey Raven Commandant. It's been a while. Her tone is calm, as if you are greeting after running into each other on a lazy afternoon. As long as you can ignore the unconscious coronal constructs under her feet. Her tone soon shifts back to the aggressive hostility you are familiar with. What's wrong? Did I make you piss your pants? Before you can answer, she is already tossing the constructs aside the opening and outside the opening one by one with a sneer. A hound on a mission does not relax until all her objectives are fulfilled. Where are we exactly? Having emptied the room, Vera pauses for a second. Slowly she turns her head toward you, seemingly about to answer your question. But then, the loud crackling of engines in the distance causes her expression to shift drastically. She stops smiling. Sometimes it's amazing how dense you are. She walks towards you as she speaks. Swiftly she retrieves the blade nailed to the ground before cutting open another metal wall of the room. You find the cabin of a transport craft on the other side of the opening. This is... You look back at the forest, bathed under moonlight outside the walls. The branches of the trees rattle in the wind. Babylonia would never waste that many resources on green spaces, not to mention simulating natural wind. Everything you are sensing points to one fact. The other coordinates that was sent to Vera, that was 5 kilometers away from her current position, that was us. Shit. The entire time I thought we were on Babylonia. You are on Earth. But why? You were on Babylonia before the remote connection. How are you inside a transport craft on Earth all of a sudden? Oh, we were initially in Babylonia, and then now we're on Earth. Oh, I see. Oh. When did that happen? Instantly, the sense of dissonance you have been ignoring finally adds up. The perplexing remote connection that took longer than usual. Oh, the fact that Rebecca was contacting you with comms after your first face-to-face meeting. And the intermittent quakes beneath your feet. Oh, I see. Noticing your look of epiphany, Vera shows you a look of disgust. Only now do you notice it? Come on, Grey Raven Commandant. You have been transported to Earth since your first remote connection. They have replicated the dark room that caged you on this transport craft to create the illusion that you were not removed. I've taken down most of the Corona constructs on my way here, but the reinforcement will arrive soon. Go close the rear door. I've only torn apart this room, not the craft itself. I'm going to fly the plane now. Time to bolt. With that, she steps inside the cockpit, no longer communicating with you. The red-haired construct has been blazing around you like a fire, only until she disappears from your sight that you can finally smell the scent of crossing swords she has left behind. The door to the study opens. All Collins does is raise his eyebrows. Despite his guest arriving unprompted, Collins knows that his address is only known to a selected few, accessible to fewer. He's not worried about his safety. Someone who can arrive safely must be one of his. Indeed, it is Rebecca at his door. Her chest rises and falls from her heavy breaths, her usually elegant appearance slightly unkempt. It is apparent that she was in a hurry and unable to bother with how she looked. This is unusual for Rebecca. Someone like her cares for how she presents herself, unless things are so dire that she cannot afford to do so. Collins straightens himself, while Rebecca has already arrived before him, her high-heeled shoes clicking. What was that you got from the Chief Commander? The Grey Raven Commandant just got rescued by the Cerberus captain. Your plan to sneak the Commandant away has backfired. Collins pauses for a second before he starts laughing. I can't believe it. Nikki actually did it. Stupefied, Rebecca stares at the man before her, who laughs so hard he almost runs out of breath, and she stands there, confused. At least our socialite here has stopped pretending to be neutral. Rebecca instantly understands that he is mocking how she has been playing both sides. She takes another deep breath and continues. The only good news is that we have detained the other two Cerberus members. One of them was connected with the Commandant for a long period of time, and her mind showed unusual activities during the mission. As long as we retrieve her and analyze her mind, our mission is not a total failure. Why the hell are you not nervous at all? Collins answers her with a question. What was the objective of this operation? This time it is Rebecca who pauses. The objective, she ponders. On the surface, it was to utilize the Grey Raven Commandant to investigate what appeared to be Luna's mind activities and locate her. That was what she thought as well, in the beginning. But things apparently are not what they seem. Collins promised to return the Grey Raven Commandant to the Parliament, yet he tried to move the Commandant behind their back, meaning he wanted to hold on to this asset. Corona is not known for leniency. Rebecca even thought that Collins would come up with more ways to counter the Parliament after the mission. The reason he has eyes on the Grey Raven Commandant is simply that the Commandant has the potential to connect to an agent without their consciousness corrupted. Of course, the Parliament would not believe him, but what is done is done. There is nothing they could do. Having organized her thoughts, Rebecca almost thinks that the whole operation was set up to test and capture the Grey Raven Commandant. We were trying to track down the agent Luna. Having said it out loud, a slight hint of inconsistency rings in the back of her mind. She knows very well that all Collins has cared about is that agent. Everything that has driven him so far is connected to the agent. The reason he has eyes on the Grey Raven Commandant is simply that the Commandant has the potential to connect to an agent without a corrupted consciousness. But she suddenly realizes one thing. She has the priority wrong. As important as that Commandant is, Collins still cares about the agent more. But right now, he is ready to move heaven and earth just to keep the Commandant in his grasp. Sure, the more cards they hold in their hand, the better. But if they had to pick one over the other, they would have chosen the agent. And yet, Collins is in no hurry to track down Luna, the agent, even when her mind activity was discovered in that town. All they did was send a squad to the surface to investigate. Almost as if he cares not about finding the agent, and instead the Commandant's ability to sniff out an agent's tracks. That cannot be right. The agent's whereabouts should be the most important thing. Unless... Suddenly, Rebecca connects the dots. She raises her head, frightened, and looks at the smirking Collins. His smile is still comical, but she can see the vileness behind it. Have we figured it out, our dear socialite? She tries to speak, and that is when she discovers her throat is dry from her realization. I chose to tell you the truth in the past because, personally, I believed you. Well, not that I believed you not to reveal our secrets to the Parliament. I believed that it wouldn't matter even if you did. Collins repeats to her their past conversation, word for word. As for the rest, don't think about it. Just keep your appearance and play your part as the one that dances between Kurono and the Parliament. It'll be beneficial to both of us. Rebecca nods tentatively. Collins sighs. I knew Nicky had something planned. I just wasn't expecting him to burn this bridge of ours to get what he wants. This makes me even more curious. Doing so means they've gotten what they wanted, something so important that they think it's okay to mess with us. What is it, Nicky? Does it have something to do with that intel? Collins is mumbling to himself while simultaneously looking like he is talking to Nicola across time and space. Rebecca, finally having her voice back, interrupts him abruptly. Then what is our next move? Track the transport craft. Intercept it if we can. Let them go if we can't. We're just going to let them leave? Say you have the key to a treasure chest, but not its location, and out of nowhere someone shows up with its location, but not the key. Why be selfish and hold on to the key? Collins stands up and straightens the collars of his shirt, preparing to head out. Before he leaves, he looks back at Rebecca. When they unlock the treasure chest and bring it back, we'll just take it. Yeah. Your message is recorded. It will be delivered alongside the supplies during the routine airdrop. But we don't have a forward operating base there. Dropping supplies at entirely new coordinates could catch some people's attention. I've tried to conceal it with other operations as much as possible. Thank you, Celica. Instead of joking about overtime pay like she usually does, Celica just looks tired. Rather, everyone in the conference room looks tired. Go rest, Celica. Celica opens her mouth, wanting to say she is fine. But seeing Ascen's look, she instead says nothing, departing the room quietly, leaving Ascen and Nicola by themselves. Transferring Cerberus has caused Murray's suspicion already. He was the one who retrieved the first part of that intel. Knowing him, he must have had a backup made. Aren't you worried that he'd give it to Corona? He's a smart kid. He knows what's okay and what isn't. He won't take risks for something non-beneficial. He's a merchant, not a dishonorable trader. Nicola frowns. I hope you're right. Oh boy. Interesting stuff. Seaborn Graveyard. The bell-shaped nozzle ignites as the oxygen-fuel mixture propels the aircraft. The transport craft lifts off at the speed of a rocket. The number on the altimeter climbs. By the time you soar above the clouds, moonlight floods the windshields as if welcoming you to a whole new world. And yet, you are in no mood to appreciate the scenery or to celebrate being free. Your body is hit by a massive force several times your weight from the thrust. It presses against your chest, making it hard for you to breathe. The old wound below your chest aches once more, while your stomach feels like it's being tossed around. It has been quite some time since you last ate, fortunately. You would have thrown up already otherwise. Vera might be an exceptional fighter, but an excellent pilot she is not. The acceleration has barely affected the construct. Glancing at you, Vera sees your pale, wrinkled face, and instead of your usual mockery, she makes a quiet tss before pulling up the craft for an easier climb angle. She has not slowed down the aircraft, however. The dots representing your pursuers are still behind you on the radar, the Mach number on the monitor rising with a clattering sound. Tough it out. You're fleeing right now. I don't have time to worry about your physical condition. Where are we heading? That is what you wanted to ask Vera, but you barely have the strength to open your mouth right now. Your pursuers' dots on the radars, however, are disappearing one by one. It seems that the coronal forces are not as persistent as you have thought. Something does not line up, but you will have to worry about that later. You tilt your head slightly and notice Vera's striking profile. Unlike everyone else you know, she has never treated you with kindness. If anything, she has directly or indirectly clashed with your team on occasion. Still, helpless and alone, your only option right now is to trust her. Close your eyes. Fatigue and pain swallow you whole, and your mind gives in to darkness. You must have passed out once, temporarily, because you find yourself lying down in the cabin when you open your eyes again. Vera kneels next to you, her hand holding up an IV drip. A tube connects the bag in her hand to the needle attached to the vein on the back of your hand. You feel a breeze over your chest. Looking down, you find Vera's other hand resting there. She seems to have been examining your conditions while you were out. Noticing that you are awake, she lifts her hand slightly, her fingertip gliding to the side along your ribcage from the center of your chest, before pressing down with a slight force. The piercing pain makes you curl up involuntarily. Immediately your body shoots up, and you sit on the floor, Vera's hand sliding off you. You look perfectly fine to me. Hold this yourself. She throws the IV bag to you before heading back to the cockpit. The fluids in the IV bag are almost empty. You must have been injected quite a while ago. Removing the needle and wiping away the blood where it was attached, you find yourself much more spirited when you stand up. The plane is on autopilot right now. The low hum of the engine gently rocks you in a way that feels comforting. The radar is clear. Vera seems to have shaken off your pursuers long ago. She is sitting on the pilot seat now, polishing her long sword quietly. Do you perform first aid on me? What exactly is going on? I would like to know what's going on. No idea. I'm just following orders. The chief commander asked me to get you out and take you to the designated location. Thanks. Vera's eyes widen for just a little bit. She narrows them again immediately and teases you. Do you think a simple thanks is enough? I saved your life after all. You should present something more important as a token of gratitude, shouldn't you? Something more important? Her blade swings toward you right as you stop speaking. She holds the spine of her sword to your neck, lifting your chin ever so slightly. The deadly weapon in her hand looks more like a cat wand that teases you right now. You cannot tell if she's being serious or simply joking. Like you yourself. Seeing your dumbfounded expressions, Vera grins mischievously. Don't take it the wrong way. It's just that everyone's trying to get a piece of you when I'm holding you right here. The spine of her blade slightly grates your chin. What a predicament. Don't you think I can trade you for anything I want right now? You won't. What a humdrum response. I recommend against trusting someone like me so blindly. I'm not the kind and loving type like those on your squad. How about those on yours? Her grin instantly disappears. Expressionless, she retracts her blade and sheaths it. The sound it makes almost piercingly painful. It does not seem like she's going to answer you, but it is not difficult for you to imagine what number 21 and Noctis are going through right now. Enough with that expression. It's repulsive. My team isn't some loser squad like yours. They will take care of themselves. Despite her words, her slightly furrowed brows have nonetheless revealed her worry. Just like how you are missing the Grey Raven, Vera must be feeling the same thing even when she refuses to show it before you. There is only silence between you once again. The sky, the clouds, and even the ocean are dull gray outside the porthole. The machine-like coldness fills your field of view. The aircraft you are on becomes the only living thing in this monotonous world, tearing through the sky toward the horizon. As your vision gets tired from the unchanging view, a small spike-shaped shadow pierces through the ocean's surface in the distance. It appears so abruptly that the shock has you fully awake. A second spike, and then a third one. Gradually, they unveil before you. Like witnessing the sunrise, something spectacular and overwhelming rises from behind the horizon and reveals itself. What rises is not a star, however. It is a man-made structure so breathtaking that it might as well be a miracle. The shadow looms larger and larger. Before you realize it, you are already gasping in awe. Ooh. 6 metallic gray spires form a giant circle on the ocean, surrounding the taller 7th spire in the center. Just the sheer size of the shadow this group of structures cast is enough to humble you. Vern's mysterious island could not hold a candle to this floating fortress, even if it were real. You can hardly describe your reverence with words. You imagine this is what Western colonists felt when they first encountered the Mayan pyramids in the American forest. You instinctively hold your breath, stopping yourself from gasping again, fearing that any sound would awake whatever slumbers here. The Last Spark. Chapter 15. You cannot begin to fathom what kind of radiation-absorbent material was used to turn this metropolis on the ocean invisible to your radar. Vera has only the slightest shift in her body when she lays eyes on it. Immediately, she refocuses and heads for the display in front of the pilot's seat, calibrating. You see that red beacon? You look toward where she is regarding and notices a red beacon floating in the water, a cube-shaped crate tied beneath it near the seaborne city's landing pad. Looking drastically different from the cold and silent city it swims beside, the beacon is easily noticeable. That's an airdropped beacon from the chief commander. Is that her frame? We've arrived, Usabeni. Prepare to jump. Jump? Vera frowns and looks annoyed. We took a Corona aircraft. Don't you think they'll try to track this plane's signal once they snap out of their snafu? I'll enter a new destination for the plane's autopilot system, but this will only delay Corona for a bit. Once they track down its wreckage and pull up its track record, they'll find us sooner or later. So stop standing there like an idiot and go find a chute. We're jumping. A white parachute opens above Vera and you, like a flower blossoming. Yes, a parachute. Oh, we're sharing it? That's so cute. Vera fastens you to her with a harness as if you were a novice skydiver, and you descend at the same time. I can just imagine that. It's like one of those baby carrier things. It's kind of goofy. I can imagine Vera normal size and then like a smaller baby-sized you. Like a chibi commandant. Given the landing spot is the only size of the landing pad, I didn't want you to land in the ocean. I don't need the extra work saving you from drowning. You have had parachuting training, but you must admit that Construct's artificial skin is way more sensitive to airflow and wind direction. Their reaction and response speed is also unraveled by humans. Controlling the steering toggles, Vera guides the two of you to the landing pad slowly and precisely. The city was impressive when you observed it from up high in the distance. As you descend, its shape becomes clearer and clearer. This place does look impressive, though. It's like it is like an amalgamation of a fortress, a pyramid, a city, and a mountain range, but it is also so much more. There is nothing in real life that can compare to its majesty and mystery. It looks more like a myth realized by humans with science and technology, a legend that has come alive. Atlantis, resting upon the Atlantic Ocean. That's really cool, though. This place is massive, yeah. Like the lost city in those stories, it is a ruin without a sign of life. There is no activity you can detect here. No sound, light, electromagnetic wave, radiation, heat signature. Nothing. Far to the east, dark, menacing thunderclouds are heading towards you. They block the sun with their enormous mass and cast a giant shadow where you are. A better metaphor appears in your head. A grave. It is a grave on the sea. Ooh, that kind of gave me chills. When your feet finally touch the ground, you feel a sense of relief. Vera releases your straps the moment you land. She ties the strings of the parachute to her waist and swiftly dives into the ocean, swimming toward the red beacon. With her impressive strength, she ties the crate that is twice her size with the string soon after before pulling it up to the landing pad. The crate is an airdrop capsule with the logo of the world government printed outside. You are familiar with it. Supply crates like this were airdropped from Babylonia back when you were fighting on the surface. Except this one has a few characters lasered engraved underneath the world government logo. Garnet. What does that mean? Vera operates the identification interface that opens the crate for a while before turning to you, frowning. Walk up? I'm gonna walk up to her. Vera's brows relax. Oh. Guess you aren't a complete moron. Only commandants have the authority to open airdrop capsules with higher clearance. Ah. Put your face to the interface. You complete the retina scan and confirm your identity. With the sound of gears turning, the supply crate opens up from the middle, its covers unfolding to the sides. A frame that looks identical to Vera's appears before you. Is this your backup frame? Vera does not answer you. She just stares at her other self in silence. It lies quietly within the crate, like a blade in its sheath, or a rose frozen in time, except each of its petals is stained with blood. An unmanned frame is a non-living thing after all, but the lack of humanity is what makes it appear even more beautiful and deadly. We're using this frame, huh? How generous of you, Chief Commander. She walks to the frame, her hands on the capsule, her head lowered. All her usual sharp edges seem to vanish at this moment. Looking at the frame, she has shades of her past reflected in her eyes. Except that past does not seem to contain any good memories. Shrouded all over her is a more dreadful sentiment. Vera's red hair drapes down, tangled with the red hair of the lifeless construct in the capsule. And then, are you going to keep staring when I change? She looks at you from the corner of her eyes, her gaze and tone playful. Turn around. Oh, getting shy, are we? How adorable. I don't mind you looking. This is why we love Vera. Moments later. It's done. You turn around. Look good. You find Vera in her new frame, holding her original one horizontally. What seems to be a peculiar scene originally is strangely beautiful, in a way. Vera places her original frame back into the capsule and stretches. Ah, look at her. The frame is well adjusted. I should be able to continue the mission right away. Is this an old frame? Hey, Flops. Indeed. It's an old frame I've only used a couple of times in the past. It doesn't leave the closet except for special circumstances. I hope you've been doing well for today, Flops. I almost said flaps. After all, even my support frame is far superior on the battlefield to those losers. Right as she says that, the comms you both forgot about in the supply crate light up. It's the chief commander. She turns it on without much of a second thought. Nicola's projection appears before the two of you. It is a pre-recorded message instead of a real-time call, however. Nicola's gaze in the recording lands directly on Vera as if he has anticipated her standing right in front of him when he recorded it. Good job, Vera. I know you won't disappoint me. With that, Nicola disappears from the projection. Well, that's it. Vera crosses her arms, remains silent. Replacing Nicola in the projection is none other than Hassan. This time he is not conversing with Vera. He's talking to you. If you are seeing this, then the Cerberus captain has successfully rescued you from Corona. So allow me to say this. I'm glad to see you safe and sound, Isabeni. If I had time, I would have loved to explain everything to you. The truth behind everything you have been through so far. But my time is running out, and so is yours. You must have realized by now the lengths Corona would go to keep you in their grasp. They didn't even blink when they tried to sneak you away right under our nose after making a deal with us. They never planned to let you go, whether the search for the agent succeeded or not. We have anticipated that, of course. I apologize for not cluing you in earlier. It would have only burdened you, should the moment arise. Not to mention that you have already noticed one thing through this event. Sen's gaze turns more profound, but he does not seem like finishing his line. He changes the topic as you have guessed. Time is short, so I'll save you the exposition for now. It doesn't concern us right now. The Cerberus captain and you should be standing on a seaborne metropolis in the Atlantic Ocean right now. I can only pray that it's true. I believe the coordinates we deciphered are correct, and I hope our airdrop beacon has landed accurately. If you are indeed where I think you are, please take a look around you. You are standing on the greatest legacy left behind from the Golden Age right now, Isabeni. Or maybe one of the greatest wonders of all human history, even. This was where that glistening era ended, and the dark age of the punishing virus started. You can probably guess what I'm about to say. He sighs. That's right. The city you're standing in was once a zero-point reactor. Oh shit. Alright. First combat mission. Atlantis. Wow, we get to play as Garnet. I love this Vera frame. I wish I got her, man. I wish I had Garnet. I know what you're thinking, Isabeni. We both know that the punishing virus first appeared within the chamber of the first zero-point reactor before spreading and infecting the whole world. That's right. The first zero-point reactor. It's not wise to put all one's eggs in one basket. Given their political wisdom, the people in power during the Golden Age didn't gamble all they had in one reactor either. They had built other reactor cities. You are standing on one of them now. Zero-point reactors were the most hidden secrets back then, and they still are. Information about their interiors and their whereabouts are still highly classified. Which is why we lost all information on them when the punishing virus broke out and created a fault line in civilizations. But we finally obtained the location of one of them through special means recently, which is where you are now. Hassan pauses when he says the word means. This seaborne reactor is codenamed Atlantis. Consider it part of Plato's utopia. It once contained humanity's hope for a utopia after all. After the virus broke out, we lost most of the cutting-edge technologies developed back then. We have no idea what caused the punishing virus to spread, or if its existence was related to the zero-point reactor at all. Because of how classified this information was, the world government has even lost all research data on zero-point energy. Without tracing how it started and understanding how it works, we will never find a way to actually counter the punishing virus. But the first zero-point reactor was burnt down when it unleashed hell on Earth. But not all the reactors had an outbreak at the same time. Due to the differences between their research progress, directions, or something else we don't know yet, Atlantis is still intact. We need you to investigate its reactor with the Cerberus captain It might not have progressed the same way as the first one, but we are in need of more intel desperately. So, find out as much as you can. This is a special operation that only you at this moment in time can do. You and the captain are in a very peculiar situation right now. If Kurono's search for Luna was a legitimate operation, then the Cerberus captain's actions and rescue are no different from treason. But Kurono's move was no standard operation, and trying to take you away from Babylonia has caused an uproar. Given how messed up and tangled everything is right now, there is no such thing as legitimate anymore. So I've decided that this is the junction point where we bring you back on the right track. Although Babylonia is but a shadow of the human world in the past, the complexity of the human heart has not diminished a bit, on the surface or in the air. There are too many people with secret agendas, with their eyes and ears up here. Sending a team to Atlantis directly from Babylonia would have alerted people we don't want to alert. That's why I decided to take advantage of the fact that you are already on the surface to have you in charge of this classified operation. The brighter the light, the bigger the shadow it casts, but it also means the truths are better concealed inside. If everyone has decided to place their bets on you, then let's go all in. For now, you are a fugitive and a mission operator. Your detour won't be in vain, of course. I have a hunch that whatever you discover here will impact Babylonia's course of actions, the future of humankind, in other words. That renown will be more than enough for us to put you in a spotlight before the public. In turn, you will no longer become a chess piece between Babylonia and Kurono, a senseless sacrifice in our endless struggle. You will be safeguarded by the people's gazes, and you will become their beacon of hope. I'll wait for your good news on Babylonia. Ascend disappears from the projection, and Nicola returns. He's explained everything, so I'm not going to repeat it. Long story short, I decided to loan you to Kurono, but I also had an insurance policy. It's the Cerberus captain standing next to you. He turns to Vera and continues. I know that Garnet isn't your favorite frame, but this is an emergency. Use it to protect the Grey Raven Commandant. Complete the mission and bring me a win. I'll guarantee your team's safety. That is my promise. That's all I have to say. The comms turn off as he finishes. Vera sneers after hearing everything. It seems that not only do I need to bring you back in one piece, but I'll also have to take you to find something about the 0-point reactor. It seems that way. Nicola is one demanding bastard. Vera does not even bother to call her superior by his title at this point. What are you gonna do? What can I do, except for following orders? Maybe you don't understand their subtext, so here's a translation. We are on the run. Kurono needs you, so they won't hurt you, which means what's happening right now is treacherous Cerberus captain kidnapping the Grey Raven Commandant. The only way to justify this as a classified spec op from the chief commander is if we accomplish this mission and I bring you back. If we're intercepted or captured in the process, I'll take the blame for everything. That explains the Garnet frame. The hostile they're anticipating is. Vera closes her eyes, seemingly remembering some unpleasant memories. She sneers. No time to waste. We need to get going. But right as she says that, you feel an intense quake beneath your feet. It is no simple tremble. It feels like an earth-shattering quake, and for a second you feel like the whole world is spinning and shaking. If an endless herd of wild beasts is sprinting on the surface or a giant is waking up from his slumber to stretch. The calm surface of the ocean is now replaced by violent waves. No, more precisely, the city underneath your feet is now sinking into the sea, and it is drawing the wrath of the ocean with its descent. Water is now invading the city. What is going on? Vera does not answer you. She just grabs a hold of your arm and pulls you behind her. Her body is tense like a guard dog sensing danger. You soon understand what is making her nervous and defensive. A swarm of corrupted follows the invading waves and appears around the landing pad, climbing up from the sea. Here we go. Banger, Lamia, banger. I gotta turn it up. God, I love Lamia. Such a good song.
私の邪魔をするなんてずいぶんいい度胸してるわね。全てを粉々に潰すのは最高だわ。あがいてみせてゴミクズ。私がいる場所が戦場よ。
Oh, I wish I had this frame.
ずいぶんいい度胸してるわね。全てを粉々に潰すのは最高だわ。
Ooh. Oh, this is gonna be such a good chapter. Oh, so this is Atlantis. It looks quite different from when I looked from the sky. Hey, don't go wandering off. I'm not taking responsibility if you carelessly get hurt while you're busy being mesmerized by the view.
私がいる場所が戦場よ。
Dun, dun, dun,
全てを粉々に潰すのは
dun,
最高だわ。
dun, dun.
あがいてみせてゴミクズ。私がいる場所が戦場よ。
The water and fortress over there.
勝利しても私には絶対服従よ。そうよね。
No! I wish the music kept going. God damn it. After defeating the last corrupted on the landing pad, Vera relaxes for a second. But the city does not stop sinking when the last corrupted is defeated. There is only one possibility. The city sinking is not related to the corrupted attack. Vera takes a look at the design of the landing pad and the structure of the city around you. I see. I was wondering how such a large structure on the ocean could hide so well. Optical camouflage, radiation shielding, radiation absorbent material, and a submerging mechanism. What a bunch of mad scientists. Submerging mechanism. Like a submarine? Exactly like a submarine. But what has triggered it? Is there someone else here apart from us? Enemies. Those crab-like corrupted should be industrial underwater mechanoids. But I don't think they're smart enough to trigger the mechanism. That means someone else has visited this place apart from us. The sensation of being observed in secret sends a shiver up your spine. Vera glances at you before stepping on the passage ahead, her red ponytail swinging across the air in a graceful curve. Stay close. Whoever they are, we're going to drown and die here if we don't find the entrance into the city before it fully submerges. Oh, I forgot. I'm not going to die, duh. Can't promise the same for a frail human like you, Sabini. Find our objective before that happens. I hope you're not all talk. No longer reacting to Vera's provocation, you turn to the seaborne city in the distance. Deep inside, you suspect that this will not be a simple and quiet investigation. Ooh. It's gonna be a fun one. Enter the city. A long time ago, before the apocalypse. Like everyone else visiting the seaborne city for the first time, Lustrous is trying to view it and soak in its entirety. If the Golden Age is a crown, this is one of the biggest, one of the brightest jewels on it. The main island glitters under the sun, pearl white and astonishing. It looks holy, as if it is from another time. When the Phoenician merchants passed the Aegean Sea in their purple-sailed ships and witnessed the sacred flame burning in the Acropolis of Athens, it must have felt the same way. What a beauty, isn't she? Lustrous does not respond. She is completely focused on the city itself. Foaming waves crash and roar around the island. Every second, billions of gallons of water rush underneath the island as designed, driving the massive tidal stream generators. The generators power the scattered tall buildings on the island. Windows light up in dense rows like stars falling on water. Traffic between the city center and its borders is constant. A light beam is shot into the sky from the ring-shaped submerged satellite city, disappearing before reaching the clouds with the help of optical camouflage. Supply ships from orbit land directly on the launch platforms everywhere. With radiation shielding, infrared is undetectable 2 kilometers from the city. Freighters and ships pass by the city, completely unaware of the wonder right next to them. It hides in the ocean, but it also illuminates it. A lighthouse beckoning humanity's future is standing right here, completely unknown. Lustrous thinks herself someone who is unmoved by wonders. She has always been rational, so much so that she has been called cold by others. But the moment she sets foot on the landing pad, standing before the seaborne city, she finds herself reconsidering her stance. Her heart is thumping wildly. She recognizes that she is emotional right now. Adrenaline is pumping out in her body, making her heart beat harder and increasing the rate of her blood circulation. Blood rushes into her heart, like the water rushing into the tidal stream generators. The gears are turning at remarkable speed, both inside the city and inside her brain. It is not astonishment she is feeling right now. It is something else, something more particular. Her guide has misunderstood her brief silence. He thinks she is dumbfounded by Atlantis like every other newcomer arriving here. Stop gawking. Catch up. Pretty bad luck that you arrive on Submergence Day. It's the fishing season, so we're getting more boats hanging around this part of the sea. Optical camouflage won't be enough, so the city will submerge for a month. I'm taking you to the main city. Most of us will work inside the chambers there during submergence. Don't worry, the space is much bigger than you could ever imagine, and supplies are well stocked like usual. You won't feel any difference. I recommend looking at the sun one last time. It might be the only thing you'll miss when we're down there. Lustrous does as he says and turns to look at the sun one last time. The giant ball of fire hangs at the edge of the sky. Lustrous does not feel a thing when she looks at it. She knows how people usually refer to it. Earth-gracing, life-giving, more or less. There's nothing new about it. But to her, that has always been a ball of energy. Inside, nuclear fusion is constantly happening. The energy it generates every second is enough to sustain the entirety of Earth's civilization for nearly 100,000 years. It is unfortunate that humans cannot conquer the sun the way they did the moon. The distance between humans and the sun is way too far. But they have a more daring option now. More ambitious than conquering the sun. 0-point energy. The source of the sun is simply nuclear fusion, after all. It means that it requires a fuel source at the end of the day. But not 0-point energy. If they can extract it, it will revolutionize humanity's understanding of energy. All matters can become energy. She is about to become one of those who seek this path. That is why her heart is thumping. Humanity no longer has to conquer the sun. Humanity is about to surpass the sun. Lustrous retracts her gaze, turning it to the staff waiting by the ferry before her. She walks toward him, no longer turning back. Next to the landing pad is a canal connecting the satellite city and the main city. A boat commonly used to transport goods is parked right next to it. Vera takes a look at the boat, surprised to find that it can still run. The equipment here is surprisingly well preserved, unlike the ruins left behind by the punishing virus in other cities. Vera jumps onto the boat, and you follow suit. Not long after you start the boat, loud noises appear around you. Corrupted, coming from the sea. Here we go. Looks like we won't be bored on this journey. Oh, kick. Boink. Here they come.
私の邪魔をするなんてずいぶんいいあがいてみせてコミクス
Ooh, Nice.
私の邪魔をするなんてずいぶんいい度胸をしてるわね。私がいる場所が戦場よ。あがいてみせてゴミクズ。私の邪魔をするなんてずいぶんいい度胸をしてるわね。
These other corrupted at the end. I can't get rid of them. Okay, there we go. How am I gonna get the other two though? Oh, what the fuck? Ah. I have no more dodge. Alright, buddy. Oh ho! Is that it? That was fun. I'm already really enjoying this chapter. A corrupted tries to sneak up on you from behind, but Vera nails it to the metal wall of the boat with her banner spear before it can touch you. Having made sure that it is no longer moving, she kicks it off the boat. He's corrupted. Some of them are not mechanoids native to the city. That's strange. If that's the case, where the hell did the corrupted we've encountered come from? Swarms of corrupted are approaching the city, surrounding it orderly. Just the sight of it is enough to make one shiver. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, yeah, what's nice about this chapter is just plenty of, like, combat-related nodes. Nice. It's exciting. Return. Doom, 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 doom. 4 hours before the two Babylonia visitors arrive on Atlantis. Another uninvited guest is also visiting the city. Is it Lamia? She arrives from the depth of the ocean. Being the coward she is, she has brought along all the corrupted she encountered on her way here. She looks like a returning queen with her army behind her. Hey, Gaming Watch. It's evening for us. For me, at least. Good evening to you. I hope you've been doing well. But Lamia knows that she is no queen. If anything, she is a parasite. She does not despise it. That is how she has survived until now, after all. But when everyone she depends on has left, she is forced to think for herself. Is this it? When her feet touch its surface, a sense of nostalgia and strangeness hits her. That guy didn't lie. I've finally found it. The mermaid climbs out of the ruins, carrying a cube. With this, I can finally get what I want. She has no idea how long she has walked along the ruins since she climbed out of the collapsed opening, but finally she sees that familiar robot. Lamia stumbles and kneels before it. I have it. The robot extends its arms, ready to retrieve the white cube in Lamia's hands. But she suddenly withdraws her hands and holds the cube in her arms. Are you backing out now? No, since you know so much. Can you help me with one more thing? Oh, I've been trying to find a place, but I've forgotten much. I don't remember where it is anymore. She lowers her head. Tell me what you want, then hand it to me. Lamia clutches her head with a hand. An unclear number keeps appearing in her head. It seems like a piece of important mission or information engraved in her mind, scraped repeatedly or scrapped repeatedly, the whole number inaccessible to her. She can only recall the first half of the numbers no matter how hard she tries. No, not a number. A set of coordinates of what she does not remember. And those coordinates are for Atlantis. All she knows is it is a very important place, a place she must return to, a place of her obsessions. Can I trust you? Of course, I will do my best. Now hand that to me, and tell me in detail what it is you want to know. The small robot's eyes glisten. He is curious, after all, about what more he can learn from the desperate ascendant before him. Oh, that was short. Ooh, time for more action. Yes. Graveyard for the arrogance. That goes hard. Oh. It plays anyone, huh? Oh, if only I had Vera Garnet. Damn it. That's fine. I'll just play as Lamia for this. Or no, I can still play as Vera, just your support frame. The pyramid-shaped main island is superimposed above a large circular chasm, where water pours down its edges and forms one majestic annular waterfall, plummeting into the seemingly bottomless abyss. Wide roads connect the main city, and the 6 towering gray spires around it, still standing steadfast, despite how long they have been abandoned. After defeating the corrupted, your boat enters the main city unscathed. Years have passed, but the paint from the Golden Age has yet to fade. The densely packed high-rises almost cover the sky, but their unlit windows no longer look like stars. The closer you approach the city, the more intense the sense of dread. The 6 spires around the city are like 6 towering tombstones, save for the lack of an epitaph. Everywhere you look are marks left behind by humans, but the city feels lifeless. Time has frozen in this place. History has stopped within these walls. Atlantis has forgotten the world, and the world has forgotten it. You leap off the boat. Vera walks ahead of you. Are you alright? Vera has looked miserable since receiving the message from Hassan. Hearing your question, she turns around. Huh? Are you seriously trying to take care of others' feelings when you can't even take care of yourself? How about you stop wasting time talking to me and try to find the intel they want ASAP? Hell, how are we supposed to find the precise thing they want in such a large city before it sinks? 21 in Noctis. What about them? You're worried about them. Vera pauses. She turns around again, her gaze piercing, her usual mockery absent. The chief commander said he'd protect them. Do you really need someone to spell it all out to you? Don't you understand the subtext? Nicola wasn't giving me a promise. He was giving me a warning. He was warning me not to betray him. With that, you suddenly grasp what she is talking about. The chief commander is different from Corona. Do you honestly believe that? Stop with your bullshit. Lee is on your team. You must have heard him talking about Corona and me. I was one of Corona's. I got transferred to the task force later. Do you know how I ended up directly at Nicola's command? Because he was one of Corona's too. It's not a secret. People from his generation know it full well, but most of those people who know don't say a damn thing. It's not something worth celebrating after all. So, understand this. The Parliament is the same as Corona fundamentally. Perhaps they've acted and believed differently. But given everything you've been through, how virtuous do you think the Parliament can be? The Parliament and Corona are in a deadly game of chess right now, and we are their pawns and bets. I suggest you focus on how to save yourself in this little dance they're doing first, instead of blindly trusting those in power. The frame I'm using right now is called Garnet. It's designed to fight constructs, to eliminate traitors. Unlike the purifying force, this frame isn't even registered in any system. Sending it to me can only mean one thing. The chief commander believes our enemies this time are the Corona constructs. Can you justify it to yourself that the Corona constructs are not part of Babylonia? What's the difference between what we are doing now and those civil wars the humans had back then? At the end of the day, they picked me for this mission simply because they didn't want to get Grey Raven's hands dirty. Before she can finish, you sense another intense tremble beneath your feet. The corrupted hiding in the shadows reveal themselves. Stay back. Lamia theme while playing as Lamia. Awesome. Move. I don't have time to waste on you. But this time we're just gonna play as Vera. Even though it's her support frame. Even though this isn't Garnet. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Looks like these isolation devices are still working. You guys too. Ah, shit. That's such a delayed attack, holy. The outer coating of this building. It's still sinking. Let's get rid of them quickly. Okay. This unusual behavior and abnormal corruption level. I was right to say they're newly corrupted. We should hurry up. Prepare for the next wave of enemies.
何の心配もない完璧な勝利を収め指揮官
This isn't ending anytime soon. The two of you take down another wave of corrupted, and Vera's frame is overheating from the continuous intense fights. Get indoors. Vera immediately understands what you mean. She picks you up and carries you over her shoulder, leaping into a building. Oh my. The corrupted pass by the building, unable to detect your signals. As you have guessed, almost all buildings here are covered with radiation-absorbent material and built with special substances that isolate most usual signals. They are nearly invisible to a machine's eyes. Having gone through this immediate danger, Vera relaxes her tense self and sits down, leaning on the wall. There is a deep cut on her arm, vital fluid slowly dripping out from the wound. She got it earlier, protecting you. She keeps saying she does not care for your safety, and yet you are unharmed, save for being exhausted from the difficult journey. She has kept you safe, kept you protected. I'm sorry. I'm such a burden. Shut up. Okay, well. An apology that doesn't help our current situation means it's only to make you feel better. She leans on the wall, her artificial skin starting to turn red. Before you say anything, Vera gives you a stare. If you ask me if I'm feeling alright again, I promise you I'll throw you into the ocean. You remain silent for a long time. Having cooled her frame a bit, Vera takes a deep breath and starts treating her wound. Unlike humans, most of Construct's wounds are not lethal, but also unlike humans, their wounds do not heal themselves. Well, she doesn't... I'm sure she'll just tell us to shut up again if we ask her, do you need my help? Don't poke the sleeping. Don't poke the sleeping animal. Don't poke him. Do you need my help? No, you'd make it worse. Vera quickly stops the bleeding, and you are surprised to find her technique no less delicate and skilled than Liv's. She fixes herself in no time. I can help if you need me. Is the true measure of a chief being relentless or having incredibly thick skin? She looks at you, and this time she speaks unprompted. I just think that everything we're doing now is stupid and meaningless. The Parliament, Corona, and this mission are all stupid to their core. All those calculated men are so damn stupid. They will not stop fighting each other even when everything is at stake. I am stupid too for telling you this. You are angry. You think this mission is pointless. Vera looks up. What do you think the point is? If you understand the Parliament and Corona enough, you will understand why they are all dancing around you. Corona wants to lock you up for conspiring with the enemy. The Parliament wants you to sacrifice everything for the fate of humanity. They're both trying to rob you and bleed you dry. One of them is blatant with their intentions. The other one decorates it with righteous causes. Everyone knows the punishing virus comes from within the 0 Point reactor. We're already paying the price, and look where we are. How ironic to have us investigate a place like this. Don't they know how the world ended? Do they want a sequel already? She closes her eyes. The soldiers crying on their deathbeds. The comrades falling before her eyes. Her memories of the past and their pain flood her mind. I thought the Parliament would be better than Corona at the very least. Surprise! They're also morons who tempt fate. Poking at something so dangerous just to counter the opponent. You think we should leave 0 Point energy alone? I don't think. I know it for a fact. Can you deny that it was what started all of this? You cannot refute her words. That is a fact, like she has said. Humans have long died on the road to their ambitions. This city is just a graveyard for their arrogance. Another journey. In the 19th century, a textile factory in Manchester kickstarted the age of steam and the first industrial revolution. And Lustrous believes that the zero-point reactor in Atlantis will kickstart the next industrial revolution. The beds in Manchester were never cold. When the workers woke up to work, the previous shift returned home and slept. Similarly, the lights never dimmed, and the machines never stopped running at Atlantis. Researchers travel between the laboratories and their dormitory in a straight line. Congratulations on becoming the research director, Lustrous. But if I may, you're already 3 minutes late on your first day. The voice recognition of the system AI was too slow. It stopped me at the door for over 10 minutes. You should reprimand the logistics staff for this. The base is a brain built with metal and flesh, with the devices here being cells, the wires veins, the optical fiber nerves, the server's hippocampus, and the endless streams of data encodes thoughts. It's an interesting experience watching this in VR. You're watching this in VR? How are you watching this in VR? There is a setting here as well that says 360-degree video, where it kind of makes it look like it's VR, but just from the actual stream itself and not from like a headset or whatever, if that makes sense. You're watching this in VR? That's interesting. You're watching this on like the top of a mountain. This head lifts proudly in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. The humans inside are but the nutrients it needs to work, and the sugar and amino acid it requires to think. The research does not stop for anyone. To Atlantis, the zero-point reactor is bigger than the world. Anyone who cannot advance the research will be shipped back to the mainland, living the rest of their lives monitored, and in a few hours, those vacancies will be filled. Lustrous has never seen anyone that left return. This place is cruel, metabolizing it constantly. I just have the stream playing on a window browser while playing games and stuff. Oh, I see. I see. Entering the conference room, she already notices a few familiar figures gone. New faces have taken their places. She's used to it by now, never showing a hint of hesitation. They are not humans in her eyes, but gears of the city. Let's start our morning meeting. Are all departments here? Everyone nods. No one sitting there ever thinks that their research at the time would lead them down anything but a path of light. The two sides of the corridors are lined with unlit laboratories. Equations written years ago still linger on the yellow-tinted whiteboards. Dried ink turns to dust with the slightest touch, flaking off from the boards. The empty offices are tidy and organized, as if waiting for the departed researchers to return and work. A thick layer of dust on the tables and the floor suggests that it has been a long time since someone last visited. There is but the slightest rustling of air in the ventilation ducts. Inside the data center, servers grow on the clean, smooth floor like cubic trees, unaware of the time that has passed. Only the red, low wattage emergency lights are on. Dimly lit yellow arrows point at the evacuation route at the crossroads. There are no footprints. Everyone in the city vanished in one night like Pompeii. Something's wrong. Vera frowns and says after searching the room, there is no one in the corridors and the rooms. The massive network of wires and pipes on the ceiling is still intact. There is no debris, no ruins, no bodies. It's clean. It is way too clean. The dark corridor extends forward, unending. You look back at where Vera and you came from. You have left behind 2 sets of clear footprints as if trekking through dark brown snow. Footprints. Only our footprints are here. The footprints are fairly level, meaning the thickness of the dust is similarly even. With that, you can infer that the city has not been disrupted since it was abandoned. No one has visited here, which is how the dust could pile up evenly. I might be a little bit impressed right now. The emergency lights are still on, which means emergency power and the electric circuits are still intact. The other facilities are likely functional as well. That doesn't make sense. This place is way too clean. Clean. Not in the sense that it is tidy and spotless, but that there is no evidence of this place having been infected by the punishing virus. The dust and facilities would have been disrupted if corrupted have invaded here. One more thing. One more thing indeed. There's no one here. She has not spelled it out, but you understand that what she meant was there are no corpses here. What the hell happened to everybody? Did they all evacuate before the shit hit the fan? She mutters to herself. There would not have been supplies after the outbreak. Yeah, that's odd. They might have... That's the only thing I could think of. They got out before everything went to shit, yeah. I think so. Vera purses, considering. Huh, that's what I think. No supplies would be delivered here after the outbreak. This kind of city wasn't designed to be self-sustaining from the beginning. Once the food was gone, the people would have left. She falls silent again. That doesn't make sense either. If they did leave, then the world would have known about this place. Neither of you is willing to continue this conversation. You have both realized that the truth might be too brutal for you. Silence returns between you, but it does not last as Vera draws her spear and destroys a large door nearby. What are you doing? Getting their attention, duh. There must be a large number of mechanoids and drones here to support a city this big. If the punishing virus had reached this place, then there must be corrupted here. But all the corrupted we encountered on our way here are outsiders arriving with the water. Maybe that was because we were on the outskirts of the city. Yet, there are still no signs of corpses, battles, or corrupted here deep inside. If they have been hiding, now's the time to get them out here. You would expose our location. We might get surrounded. That's what a commandant would think. Not me. Be honest with me. What is it that you sense the most strongly since you set foot here? Fear. Good. Honesty is a warrior's virtue. Fear, on the other hand, is a warrior's lifeline. You're scared, but have you considered what you're scared of? The unknown. Fear of the unknown is the greatest fear of all. H.P. Lovecraft. Once the enemies reveal themselves, that fear will go away. Instead of blundering around here blindly like a fly caught on a web, I'd rather hit the web, piss off the spider, and have it come to me. I understand. It's fine if you don't. I'm not asking for your opinion. But your plan, it does not seem to work. It has been some time since Vera caused the commotion. You even chatted for a while, and the place is still eerily quiet. The broken door to the office looks like a scab under the red emergency light. Tch. She turns toward the room next to her, the office of which she destroyed the door. Let's take a look inside. The desks and chairs in the room are orderly placed, and the folders and files are still organized on the desks. Coffee mugs can be found next to some of the monitors as if waiting for their owners to return. Nothing in the cups. Nothing in the fridge or the pantry either. The food is all gone. Oh, these all point to one thing. Not only was the city not infected after the punishing virus broke out, but it also remained operational for a period of time. Did they take all the food to their hideouts? If so, where's the last place they stayed? Vera asks the two questions that have been bothering you since you've been here. You walk toward the largest desk in the office. The nameplate on it spells out its owner's name. Research Director, Lustrous. What a strange name. But if this belonged to the Research Director, then there must be some intel we can use on this desk. Pick up a folder. Vera also starts searching the table. You accidentally hit a button, and the projection screen on the desk lights up. It has been a long time since it was last used, so the image and the sound are both fuzzy. You can only vaguely identify the projection as a blonde woman with blue eyes. She must be the Research Director, Lustrous. Twice have we discovered with the mainland during the routine call. The communication director suggested breaking the confidential mandate and contacting them instead. I approved it. But there was no response. The communication director then suggested calibrating the comms to use the public frequency so we can receive news from the outside world. Again, that'd go against the confidentiality mandate, but I still approved it. I'm glad that decision was not too late. The channels that still worked were all reporting the same warning, the punishing virus. They claimed that it was a virus that appeared in the first zero-point reactor initially and spread to the whole world in an extremely short amount of time. The comms device on the unresponsive channels are probably infected already. Atlantis was submerged during the beginning of the outbreak, so we didn't receive the news immediately. At the same time, that seemed to be why we escaped its wrath. While we still don't understand what the punishing virus is, we have decided to designate it as our highest priority, given the feedback we received. Based on what we know, we believe the punishing virus can infect a human body directly, and it is capable of taking over a mechanoid's mind. In which case, our base is in incredible danger as well. Therefore, our most urgent mission is to stop Atlantis from getting infected by the punishing virus. The logistics director reported that the next supply ship from the mainland would arrive soon. We tried to contact it when we saw it on the horizon, but instead of answering us through radio, they sent a signal flare. I didn't understand what it meant. The logistics director said it was asking for help. I ordered them to sink it. I couldn't risk bringing the virus into Atlantis. 4 submarines were monitoring the situation underwater outside the base. I ordered them to sink themselves. 2 obliged, while the other 2 tried to crash into the harbor. Our defense system took them down. I hosted a brief meeting to hear the director's reports after taking care of these inconveniences. The decision we had to make during the meeting was simple. Where does Atlantis go from here? Not much effort was needed for us to come to an agreement. There were, however, some disputes when the message was passed down. Someone proposed that we should broadcast to nearby areas and take in refugees. I turned it down. The location of Atlantis cannot be revealed. We are not a refuge, and refugees might carry the punishing virus with them. Some suggested leaving the base immediately for the mainland to join the effort to save humanity. I also turned it down. A few drops of water won't extinguish a wildfire. Our researchers research. They don't save lives. I reiterate my stance. Atlantis will not open itself again unless the warning on the punishing virus is dismissed. My answer was clear from the start. We'll continue our work and keep researching the zero-point reactor. I explained my reasons to my colleagues. Firstly, both the base and we are here to serve the reactor. Secondly, this base is powerless to save humanity. Thirdly, there's no better place to understand how the punishing virus came to be than Atlantis. I want humans to survive, so I must not let Atlantis fall. I've adjusted our research direction, trying to replicate the environment of the first reactor and find out where the virus came from. This is the closest thing we can do to save the world. The different reactors would routinely communicate the progress. I have a 2-month-old report from the first reactor and nothing else since. I can only hope that they didn't get too far. I should be working now instead of doing something as trivial as journaling. Not to mention that I've never done this before. The reason I'm doing this is that twice I asked myself, have I done the right thing? I said yes both times. My reasons and rationale were clear as always. My action was the logical conclusion. But it still feels wrong somehow. I once heard a saying that you should toss a coin when you can't make up your mind. If you want to toss it again, you have your answer. Which is why I usually ask myself this kind of questions once only. Still, I can't deny that this was the first time I tossed a coin twice. So I decided to record everything that happened today to remind myself that I've done everything right. The projection dissipates in the air after the record ends. Vera breaks the brief silence between you. And I thought the outcome would be different. They still chose the stupidest option. How mad must they be to try to replicate the first reactor? Maybe they deserved it when they wouldn't change after it had already blown up in their face. I guess the saying is true. The only thing that we learn from history is that we learn nothing from history. Vera is clearly teasing the researcher, but for some reason you can hear the self-mockery in her tone. I don't think they thought it was a lesson. Oh? And that's fair. You're one of the president's lackeys after all. In other words, you don't think what you're going through is a lesson you should learn from, do you? What? Did I say something wrong? What's at the face? We both know you and Grey Raven defeated the polyphage, and the Red Tide was destroyed with your help. Yet no one treated you like a hero. Instead, you were on the gallows, feared, questioned, strived, exploited. This is what I don't understand about you. You've seen the Parliament's true face. Why would you still be willing to risk your life for them? That's not what I'm doing. What are you doing then? What about you? Answering a question with a question. How brazen of you. That won't work on me. I've never been someone who's virtuous. I disagree. If that was true, you wouldn't be so angry about all of this. Vera, I know the Parliament members aren't the saints they appear to be, but you still chose them. I didn't choose them. I chose humanity. Vera bursts into a belly laugh. Unlike the mockery before, she really is laughing this time. Cute. How do you say something so shameless with a straight face every time? Look at her laugh. Is that funny? Why don't you say it again and listen to yourself? I chose humanity. My God, how fascinating you are to say something like this so seriously. She finally stops laughing and recovers her piercing gaze. Good. I'll remember this. I hope you can still say something stupid like that when you see more true faces in the future. I'll try. I feel like I have to spell it out again so you understand why I said it was stupid. Say you light up a torch and find a detonating cord beneath your feet, leading to the dark in the distance. Shouldn't your first reaction be putting out the flame? You answer her question with a question again. And you? Would you put it out? The same trick won't work twice. I just don't think you're someone who'll extinguish a flame. Maybe. That's the... There we go. Up or down. Not playing as Garnet again. There is nothing else useful in the office apart from the researchers' journals. The two of you exit the building and return outside. You can see lightning in the distant sky. The thunder cloud to your east has indeed roamed toward the city. The rain has yet to arrive, but the sound of thunder has. A thunderstorm will soon envelop the city. The sound of waves is getting nearer. The city has submerged considerably. Looking out on a street in the main city, you no longer see the landing pad. Only the top of a few satellite cities remains above water. The city is still sinking. I have no idea if their safeguard for the submergence threshold is still working or not. If it doesn't stop going down, the water pressure will destroy it all. We've got two options. Either we find a way to stop the city from submerging, or we head for the reactor directly, hoping we'll find some key intel before it all goes poof. Whichever we choose, we won't be able to find out where they are. We don't have time to search all of these buildings one by one. These corrupted are kind of strange. Vera nods. There are clearly two kinds of corrupted here. One of them is the cleaner bots that were serving this base. The emblems on these mechanoids are obvious. The other one, you cannot tell where they come from. They're probably corrupted and infested the nearby ocean recently. They were the ones who brought the punching virus here. Level of infection is different. Level of abrasion is different. I don't know what abrasion means, actually. I'm just gonna quickly look it up. Abrasion meaning. The process of scrapping or wearing something away. Huh. I see. So either level of abrasion is different. Either they're saying they're like fairly fresh, like they were freshly made into corrupted, or they were really old. Let's say that. Vera takes a look at the corrupted remains scattered on the ground. The machines from the base are only faintly infected. The abrasion from seawater is barely noticeable. They have not been infected for long, thus their desire to attack humans is more restrained. What an unfortunate end to a paradise. Having been isolated from the punching virus infected world for so many years, it is still going to fall. It's a shame. Did you think I was feeling sorry for it? Don't be mistaken. I don't give a shit about this place. I don't care if it's destroyed or not. All I want to know is where the hell this 0-point reactor is. Do we need to search every single room here? God damn it. If the humans are all gone, why are these electromagnetic barriers still working? We can ask those mechanoids. Rough. Oh, never mind. I was a little behind on the stream. Oh. Vera glances at the cleaner bot lying on the floor. You want to ask these metal junks. They're only faintly infected. That means we might still be able to communicate with their logic circuits. After a while. You're quite familiar with this sort of stuff. I suppose Lee has kept you trained. How is it? Has our metal junk here shared any feelings with you, Chief? Transfer Vera the deciphered data. All cleaner bots in the base are on the same local network. You have identified their patrol routes. Vera quickly responds after reading the data. Their patrol routes form a 3-dimensional nest, each branch a corridor or a pipeline. I see. What is that in the center of the nest? Why do all the cleaner bots walk around it? They didn't even upload the plan of that place onto the bot systems. It must require higher clearance. High enough that those humans did not allow this level of mechanoids in. The 0-point reactor. Nod. Good. Then should we head up or down now? Down. Of course. We're out of time. You don't have to remind me, but right now we need to breach these barriers.
本当にやるの？あんまり期待しないで。静かにしろ。こう行こうで。
An A-rank transport vehicle of the logistics department. Good. It doesn't look damaged. We can use it after we charge it. This would have probably counted as a member here. Ooh, I'm starting to remember this now. We drive this thing. Oh, no, 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 we escorted. It's like I'm playing Overwatch all over again. Beam, 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 beam. These cleaner bots are using. Logistics Department A-rank certification detected. Something, something, something. I was correct. There's not much time left. We need to get them out of the way. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, whoops. I'm playing as 21 now. There's one more behind us. Permission granted. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Oh god, I need to change my team setup here. Not having a healer, or I mean I have Vera as my healer, but can't use her right now. There we go. I'll play as 21 for this. Oh, it doesn't matter. We're at the end of it. Okay. These electromagnetic barriers are only set up to counter outsiders. It seems like a basic defense system on the base. IDs that aren't in the city's records will be stopped. That's weird. Yep. Have you also noticed it? None of these devices are damaged. That means the enemy who entered Atlantis before you and triggered the submergence mechanism was not blocked by these barriers. Who the hell are we facing? Don't tell me the city's haunted. Ooh, spooky. Spooky. Overclock 1. Yes, we get to play as Garnet. Oh, straight into it. Hell yeah.
恐れることはないわ。
As expected, some of the watertight compartments don't work anymore. The water keeps flowing in from the left side. The right side isn't flooding, so something must be blocking it. We need to get out ASAP. Bam. The exit's over there. Let's go to the other side. Just here enjoying the music. Oh, the bridge is gonna break. Good thing there's still a platform we can stand on here. We'll need to find another way to get across. The route backup has been blocked by the isolation door. Power source found. Isolation door unlocked. The water level of the laboratory is increasing. Return to the upper floors through the isolation door. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Useless crap. That looks like it can be still used. These platforms that float on water, but the water level is not high enough. More water is needed for the platforms to rise. Gotta get more water then. Let's go on this side. Yeah, I'm starting to remember. I remember playing this on my phone. Like doing this exact mission. Water level is rising. Return to the upper floors. The floating platforms have been connected. We can get to the other side now. Move. Beware of the enemy attack. Gomikusu. That's the exit. Let's go. Man, I really wish I had Garnet. Curse might catch a luck. Overclock 2. Okay, let me change this up. Stevilo. Vera should be the blue. There we go. Those blasted corrupted are here already. They're kind of cute. Oh shit. All the laser beams. Get out of my way. Sick flip, dude. Oh. What the hell? Nice. Such a beautiful skin for Lamia. More combat. Let's go. Back to Garnet. Yes.
私についてきて恐れることはないわ
Oh, this is such a good chapter. How many more identical labs do we still need to bust through? Probably 2 more. If I had to warn to guess. Incoming attack. Bam. Looks like they are just scums that are too afraid to attack head on. We need to find a way to take care of them. Find a way up to take care of them. This should be able to take us up if it's activated. Then we have to hit the other one. Yeah, on the other end. Can we just walk through the water? Yeah. Device is running. Puzzle? Not really. It's pretty simple stuff. Follow me. Let's go up. Oh shit. They're pretty simple stuff. You kind of just, it's kind of just a go point A and then point B to get to point C. Which, as someone who isn't very good at puzzles, I'm okay with it. Ow. Let me hear your screams, scum. That's why we love Vera. Oh, what a finish. That's so cool. Sweet. We're actually getting pretty close. Huh. This actually isn't as long as I thought it was. It's actually kind of nice. This is a nice balance of dialogue and like gameplay compared to other chapters. Light of the 0-point energy. Whoa. After following Vera and breaching several laboratories with force, you have finally arrived at the innermost area of the city. This place is designed to be tightly sealed. Some of the gates, however, have fallen into disrepair, and water has poured inside. But the water disappears again after you cross the last enclosed defense line. The silhouette of the 0-point reactor emerges from the dark like a sea mount forged with metal. The 2 of you walk along the chasm between the mounts. Way above you in the dark is an all-encompassing, ghostly blue light. It is the ocean that envelops Atlantis. Right now, it shrouds the reactor like a sky. Separating the reactor from the force of the water is a layer of thick, transparent, tempered glass. The glass wall is so clear that it almost looks like nothing is there. Staring at it for too long, you would think that the water itself has formed the wall, unmoving. The large, indescribable pieces of the reactor look nothing like the cutting-edge technology they are. Instead, they look like an ancient ruin, a tomb as lofty as a sleeping mountain. Inside the tomb buries the glorious but cold dream of the Golden Age. Inside it buries a time that would no longer wait. Why do you think they built this thing underwater? You cannot answer her. Plato's Atlantis ended up sinking in the ocean, but later some suggested that perhaps Atlantis had never broken the surface of the sea. Perhaps it is the same for this reactor. Maybe its architects back then had expected the reactor to fail from the beginning. If the reactor goes out of control, the vast Atlantic Ocean will devour the base completely, like the tide swallowing a wave, like a wave absorbing a bubble. How ironic. If they were prepared for failure, why didn't they just stop? We got to this point because they were trying to control a power that wasn't theirs. The two of you keep going forward. The blue hue of the water casts the reactor in the shade of a glacier. Walking here feels like trekking through the depths of Antarctica, setting foot on the most barren no man's land. Suddenly, Vera holds up a hand and stops you. Shush. Something flashes before you. Oh, hidden in the dark this whole time, the culprit who sank the city has finally revealed herself. Vera and you both recognize her at the same time. You know her. That's the Ascendant with the Roland guy. She takes her battle stance. Lamia. Lamia stands at the center of the reactor alone, her expression strange and adrift, not even hearing Vera's and your footsteps approaching. She only reacts when Vera's spear is about to hit her. Ew, ah. Stay away. Stay away. She stumbles back. You have fought her before, which is why you are certain of one thing. Lamia is not quite herself right now. So, the Ascendants are also looking for information on the 0-point reactor. Lamia does not deny it, but maybe she does not even hear it. Vera takes Lamia's silence as confirmation and charges forward with her spear. Lamia cannot dodge fast enough, and the spearhead cuts off a strand of her hair. She looks at Vera startled and angry, like a wounded dog whose territory is violated. Get out of here. Stay away. Stay away. At first, Lamia looks like she's going to strike back, but then her eyes are flooded with despair. Eventually, all that is left in her eyes is hatred that borders on madness. You have no idea why her emotions are changing so rapidly in mere seconds. Sink. Just sink. Let it all sink to the bottom of the ocean with me. She steps back, and the air around her distorts. You are familiar with that sight. She is trying to turn invisible and run. She's going to escape. Vera hisses before throwing the spear in her hand like a javelin toward where Lamia is standing. It flies straight toward Lamia's face. The spearhead only pierces Lamia's projection. It goes right through it and buries deep into the wall behind. She has still escaped right beneath your noses. It is quiet again. Vera frowns, pulling her banner spear out of the wall. What is going on here? Why would an Ascendant find out about this place? Didn't the President say the coordinates of this location are a secret? How come even a small fish like her can find out? The control panel. Fine, we'll let her off the hook for now. Vera and you rush toward the control panel in the center. Is it too late to read the manual? I've got this. The central control system is not as complicated as you imagine. Operation systems like this are built in a similar vein. The things you learn from Lee in your spare time have finally come in handy. But biodata identification has failed. You cannot operate it. The connection error that appears on the screen afterward completely shatters any hope you have got. The number that indicates how much the city has sunk keeps rising, while all operation options are locked behind the command to continue submergence. Not an unexpected ending, but damn it, how did the goddamn fish girl manage to operate the central control system? Right as she says that, another screen appears on the monitor. It is the recorded footage of a meeting. Start reporting. You first. Not much to say. All radio communications have been unresponsive, but our equipment is fine, which means the problem is the relay and the receiving end. What's wrong with the relay? Neither the satellites nor the servers on the mainlands have responded, suggesting that all surface and orbital communication networks have failed. What's the worst case scenario? All human civilizations outside of this base have been annihilated. How about a less bad one? All 240 satellites in the sky and every server in Asia, Europe, and North America fail at the same time. They're too busy fixing them to answer our call. Lustrous does not laugh. What is the possibility of this scenario? The communication director does not laugh either. Less than 10 to the power of negative 17. I checked it before the meeting. Twice. Understood. It means we should proceed on the basis that human civilizations have ended. She concisely concludes before looking at the administrative director. How's the situation inside the base? Internal communications between the departments are stable. All personnel remains at their posts. The base is still in order. Equipment. Self-diagnostics is functional. Why is this one just blurred out? We haven't received any reports of mechanical failure. How are our supplies looking? Lustrous looks at the logistics director, who sits the furthest away from her. Assuming our supply chain from the main lines have been cut off, we can survive for a maximum of 15 months. How do you get that number? I calculated the minimum calories all staff members needed based on their weights and divided the total calories of food we got in the base by that number. It's just an estimated figure. Give me some time and I'll calculate a more accurate answer. If we are to recreate the environment for the exploded first reactor, we need at least 21 months to figure out what happened there. Lustrous gets lost in thought, but only for mere seconds. How long will our supplies last if we reduce the personnel on the base? She looks up and asks the logistics director. The director pauses for a moment before answering. If we stop supplying the others and move all resources to the research department, we can last 23 months, long enough for you to complete your research. If I may, please, I don't recommend doing so. Your reason? Programs and machines will break down. People will get sick from the lack of nutrients. This will slow down your progress. This will all slow down your progress. Not to mention that the communication department has been trying to contact any possible survivors or groups. If we can receive support from the outside world, our immediate crisis will be resolved. To safeguard your research, we should prioritize the different departments and cut off supplies to the least important one first. I agree. She nods. Then let's sort them. We'll cut off supplies to the administrative department first, then logistics. After that, medical, communication, robotics, data, and research. She points at the directors around the table, according to the order, and at last she points at herself. Objections? The silence in the conference room lasts for a few seconds. The administrative director begins to pack up the folders on the table. It's decided then. I'll notify my people. The recording of the meeting is over. The screen flickers, and you see Lustrous's figure when the image becomes clear again. To whoever sees this record in the future, my name is Lustrous, the research director. This recording is set to public. Anyone who tries to access the central command system will activate this video. It plays automatically, just in case someone fails to notice it. I've put our first and final group meeting at the beginning of this video. I assume any human with common sense would understand what has happened to our base after watching it. Presuming that you are an intelligent life, such as a human, please allow me to skip to the main point. I'm not sure what the exact time is now. The base has been in lockdown since the outbreak. We've given up on Greenwich Mean Time and instead opted for the base's timer as the time standard in our records. So I might be wrong about the month and day, but I think the year should still be accurate. This is the 3rd year since the outbreak of the punishing virus. We have run out of food. No one's coming to save us. The most logical conclusion is that the human race beyond this base is extinct. I'm not good at recording history, but if you're here and you found this, then you must be a seeker who is curious. You're like me. I feel obligated to satisfy your curiosity. Let me briefly describe what happened after that meeting. We started rationing the moment we initiated the lockdown. The plan went well, and it allowed us to last for a very long time with very limited resources. When food began to run short, we came to an unspoken agreement. The core researchers were prioritized with provisions, while the others were arranged in the order of their importance, the least of which would die first. The first one to go was the administrative department. We didn't have any higher-ups to report to anymore, after all. This island wasn't designed for our situation, so it doesn't have any corpse disposal facilities. We decided to administrate burials at sea to avoid the growth of germs and bacteria from accumulating bodies. Logistics was next. After that, I had to spend an extra 25 minutes each day traveling between the office and the storage to pick up the canned food and hardtacks. I had to learn how to organize files and do other trivial stuff. It was the medical department afterward. They left behind detailed medical guides after they died. Those who remained were all very grateful for their generosity. They were followed by the communication department. They had been diligent in their roles, trying to establish contact with the outside world, but it didn't work. Her voice gets colder and colder, as if she is just a machine with a warm human body. Robotics. Without those mechanics and engineers, I could only hope that nothing major broke before our research saw some results. Data. Similarly, without the programmers, I could only pray that the servers and databanks wouldn't fail. Research. It was our last and most essential department, the one under my lead. We made a list, and the one on top would die first. Since I was the key personnel here, they put me at the bottom. Right. I also placed the non-staff members, such as children, in the middle. Given that they consumed less food and energy, and factoring in ethical concerns, I didn't place them in the first group to go. Some of our colleagues had values that would have clashed quite strongly with the alternative that could possibly stall our progress. This is the first time I've done this kind of visual documentation. I never had to bother with this kind of trifling work in the past. That's about it regarding the base after the outbreak. If the data department's server room is still intact, you will find our activity logs for the past 3 years there. That's kind of rough. Now I'm moving on to what we have achieved. 0-point reactors are highly classified, but if you're watching this right now, then you must already know that there is one such reactor in this facility. After the lockdown, we tried to recreate the first reactor's failure in order to figure out how the punishing virus first appeared. Long story short, we failed. We repeated some of the steps from the last log of that reactor and managed to create a similar environment, but the punishing virus didn't show up. Correction? Not that it didn't show up. It appeared, but it was unobservable. I don't know who is watching this right now and whether or not you have any knowledge regarding it, so I'll try my best to put it in layman's terms. I feel like medical would be wanted over researchers. The reason why they put researchers first is because they wanted to get down to the bottom of how punishing first manifested from the first reactor. So if the researchers were the second last to die out, then like any other chance after that, they were really adamant on trying to figure out how things went to shit. If anything, I would have figured that medical would have been out way later down the line. But a lot of other resources within the base, like data and the servers and stuff, would take precedence over everything else, over health, because they need that shit to keep on running in order to continue the research. It makes sense though to feel like medical should be the ones to survive longer than the other departments. It makes sense to feel that way. But again, they were really dead set on focusing on their research, on trying to figure out how punishing first came out in the first place. But after 3 years of going into it, they couldn't find it just failed. Reports from around the world and the first reactor told us what the physical effects would be when the punishing virus appeared. We didn't observe the virus directly, but our equipment detected those phenomena. They disappeared soon after they manifested. Like raindrops, we couldn't see the virus, only the ripples it caused once it hit the water. In other words, some kind of energy absorbed them. Huh. If my department and I had another 2 years worth of food, we might be able to figure out why it happened. But all my staff are dead now, and I just finished my last hard attack. She's the last one. Jesus. Oh god, I'm getting Selena flashbacks. We've gone as far as we could. I couldn't catch the raindrop, but found the water. Data is easy to upkeep without maintenance, so I would have assumed they would go first. Fair enough. Fair enough. I can't remember, what was the order they went in again? Okay, so the first one was admin. So admin, yeah, admin was the least important one, because administrative work is just them having to, like, report in and shit. Logistics. Okay, and then medical department. So medical was third to go. Communication. Yeah, after all that time, they just gave up. Robotics. Similarly, without the programmers, I could only pray that the servers and data banks wouldn't fail. Yeah, data was... Yeah, I don't know. Well, it is what it is with them. The water that absorbed the punishing virus. It'll take me way too long to explain the details, but I call that technology the Omega file. I've put it in my pocket. I'll be heading for the observatory at the highest part of the city after this recording. I don't have samples and equipment to repeat our experiments, so I can't guarantee that Omega file would work outside of this base. The cold machine shows a hint of warmth for a second, with sadness buried underneath. Regardless, seeker or seekers, you have traveled this far. This is your reward. I think we've completed our part remarkably. I hope you will complete yours too. Now, seek our legacy. Lustrous lets out a sigh. Right. I wasn't planning to say the following in this record. Sentimental words always affect a person's rational judgment. But I think I should give all of us one last opportunity to be capricious. After that meeting, there were some among us who questioned if we had done the right thing. While others were resolute in their answers, they believed we made the correct choice. To be fair, the virus that destroyed the world was born from the first zero-point reactor. That did make many of us doubt the decision to continue our research. But we still decided to carry out our duty to the very end. We did not regret anything. We did what was right. We would have chosen the same, even if we could do it again. I think our colleagues in the first reactor would feel the same. She closes her eyes. The only thing I regret is that this is as far as we can go. But I hope any human that sees this remembers one thing. Don't forget your desire to reach the stars. Don't lose your hunger to trek forward. Don't lose the courage to go further just because we are being plundered. Seize it, conquer it, fall, and stand again. Keep going. I believe humanity will have a bright future. I'm putting everything we have in your hands. Now, I'm going to see my colleagues. Goodbye. Man. Imagine being the last one alive out of everyone else. Again, I'm getting that Selena PTSD. Raise your torch. Boom. 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 The recording is over. All the questions you have on the way here have been answered. There was no evacuation, no bodies. Everyone stayed until the last possible moment. This brain above the Atlantic Ocean did not stop thinking until the end. Except all the fuel was consumed, with barely any cinder remaining. But the last spark, oh, that's the chapter name, is safely kept at the top of this lighthouse. Vera steps back. This is insane. Despite her murmur, she grins like a mad woman. Ha! These people were out of their minds like me. Absolutely unhinged. Vera, you were right. They didn't take what they went through as a lesson. They could have a second chance and nothing would change. They only treated it as a failed experiment. Experiment. Fail. Experiment again, and fail again. This was but their daily lives. Vera wipes away the tears at the corner of her eye. She suddenly remembers why she was recruited by Nicola in the first place. Kill. Survive. Kill again, and survive again. That was the whole of her existence. She was always the one who remains, carrying everyone's pain. She could not tell what could possibly await her at the finish line of this endless cycle. So that man showed up and offered her a way out. He told her it would be a path filled with obstacles and pain, but he promised there would be a light at the end of the road. I see. Vera closes her eyes and mutters a few words that only she can hear. Then she turns to look at you. Do you remember what I asked you? About the torch? Yeah. I wouldn't put it out. I wouldn't because I want to find out what is there at the end of the darkness. I want to find the person who planted the detonating cord and kick their ass. Don't lose the courage to go further just because we are being plundered. Seize it, conquer it, fall and stand again. Keep going. Then we're just like them. So are the president and the others. That's why we're standing here now. The story of humanity is the story of the fight against fear and the unknown. At first, humans were afraid of beasts. Then they feared fire and the gods after that. But they have driven away the beasts, harnessed the flame, and discovered secrets withheld by gods with science. Everyone is afraid of punishment and death, but no one has ever stopped because of them. If they have, humans would have believed the earth to be the center of the universe. They would have thought fire and lightning were the gods' wrath. They would have hidden in the trees from the predators. Newton said humans were playing on the seashore next to the ocean of truth that goes hard. Or perhaps we are standing in the dark, fearing the unknown in the dark. But we raise our torch higher every time because we are curious. Is the game trying to give us a life lesson? For real. But I love when games do this shit. It really makes you, it really makes you think. I like when games have like philosophical like meanings behind them. I like it. That is the purest, the most primal kind of courage. The greatest gift our 2 million years worth of evolution has given us. There lies the mountain. Thus our will to climb it triumphs over our fear of falling. We would choose the same, even if we could do it all over again. You're out of your mind too, you know. Takes one to know one. A sudden crack interrupts your conversation. You look toward the sound and find the glass wall breaking, but the crack has yet to go through. The water pressure is too high. We have to find a way to stop it. Lamia. Right, the goddamn fish. I don't know why she can control the system, but she's the one with the clearance. We'll just grab her and take her here, and we force her to. If the Ascendants are also after information on the 0-point energy, then there's only one place she'll be heading. The top of the tower. The top of the tower. The two of you almost say it at the same time. Oh, well, I can't voice two people at the same time, so I could top you. The floor below you keeps shaking. As water pours into the lower levels of Atlantis, the breeze blowing from your back also gets stronger, like the last breath of a drowning man. You look down from the edge of the street, but there is but darkness and a trembling rumble. The alarm goes off, not for the breaching water, but for you, the invaders. Damn it! What quarrel does this place have with us? Why can't that ascendant travel uninterrupted? Why does the city accept her identification? Break it. We're out of time. I know. Once. Twice. A third time. The sound of Vera's spear hitting the metal echoes every time, long and petrifying. It travels downward, intensified by the empty expanse between the walls and the water, making it more haunting. Annoyingly, every time you breach a door, you find more alarms, sealed entrances, gates, and checkpoints waiting for you. The machine that is this city does not falter, despite its administrators gone. Except it considers Lamia as an ally, and you too the enemy. Water follows you closely from behind. Every time you put some distance between you, you find the road stopping before you. By the time you open a passage, the water once again closes in. The corrupted Lamia has brought here are amassing. They were only wandering outside in the beginning, but now they have followed the water and blocked your way to the top. Get out of my way. Alright, let's go. Come on, sprint. Have a sense of urgency, please. I wish there was a button to sprint. We're almost at the top. Come on. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, easy. Having removed all the obstacles in your way, you have discovered Lamia's tracks on the way to the observatory. Long and deep scratches graze the metal walls, marks that can only be made with her twin blade. She's indeed after the data, the 0-point reactor. Is she? You cannot help but ask yourself. Except no one can answer you now. Yeah, she was acting a bit weird when we encountered her earlier, the last human. After that first and last meeting, I thought there would be more opposition. Lustrous looks slightly surprised. The administrative director closes the metallic clasp of the suitcase and smiles at the research director. My hands would be on your neck if I was still the same person from when I first came here. Remember the first night you became the director? I dragged you out from your lab and hosted a dinner with the other directors. I asked you what you think of the base when we were eating. You said this place is like a brain constantly metabolizing. I did say that. It was a good metaphor. Does it matter what carbon dioxide and the sodium think when they are created from metabolism? Nostros does not hesitate. Not at all. The only thing that matters is the thought. That's why the nutrients go to your part of the brain. Do what you have to do. The administrative director nods at the others around the table. Don't worry, we'll do our job. Nostros looks at the directors one by one. She lets out a barely visible smile. I'm glad to have you as my colleagues. It's an honor working with you all. The honor is mine. I look forward to Atlantis leading the next industrial revolution. But if I won't live long enough for that day to come, I'll die where it sits. She stands. I'll go first. Try to stay awake as long as you can. We are sorry that you have to be the one that carries it all at the end. Lustrous stands in front of the window of the observatory, looking out at the lifeless seaborne city. The more one thing is shown, the more forsaken it looks when it falls. Too long has passed. Everyone she knows has passed. Now, standing here alone, she looks like a wavering torch in a storm. And this last torch is about to go out. The weather is not great today. Dark clouds cover the sky, but the rain has yet to fall. Literal silver linings are peeking from between the clouds. She closes her eyes, trying to feel the warmth on her cheeks. So in the end, I still have that speck of weakness in me. Oh, brain, I despise you sometimes. Lustrous sighs softly. She has never shown any weakness in front of others because she was their flag. A flag is a symbol and a metaphor. A flag does not need to show humanity or have a heart. A flag just needs to be hung before an army during wars and planted on the enemy's castle after victory. As long as the flag does not fall, everyone else will charge toward the same destination. As long as it stands, everyone will march forward fearlessly for their dreams and beliefs. But now, everyone she was leading is gone. They have burnt their dignity and soul into cinders for their last act for humanity. And so, the flag becomes a human again. Try to stay away as long as I can. I think it's supposed to be awake. I'm afraid I can't keep that promise. The observatory used to be where they liked to stay the most. It sits at the top of Atlantis, and they could see the whole city from here. They could see the ocean, the sky, the stars. The observatory is empty now. She is the only one left, trying to see humanity's future. Lustrous walks to her chair and sits down. She has done her job. This is as far as she goes. She is tired. She will leave the rest of the work to those who come after. Lustrous turns around and takes one last look at the setting sun. Just one regret, she thinks. The day she set foot on this island, she thought she would go to the edge of the universe one day. Who would have thought that? In the end, I'd go gentle into that good night. Her last whisper is carried away by the wind, disappearing with the last hint of sunlight. The moment you open the door to the observatory, you feel like you have just pressed the play button on a snapshot of the past. As the sea breeze rushes in, the room begins to fog up. The woman you have seen in the videos is sitting quietly on a chair, not far from you. Her body does not look rotten. It has dried thoroughly under the same clothes you have seen in the records, easily identifiable. A heavy sense of sadness suddenly brews and fills the room. Silently, Vera walks toward the woman and kneels down on one knee. And then she discovers something. The supply crate next to the body is filled with food. Vera's eyes widen. For a moment, there, she can even picture the woman's last moment from what has been left behind in the room. Unlike the others, Lustrous was not starved to death. She chose to end her life. Realizing that, Vera laughs hysterically as if to cover another feeling deep inside. This is as far as she goes. Then what the hell is this? You tricky bastard. In the end, you couldn't take it. Well then, I'll seize it from you. Vera opens a pack of hardtacks and stuffs them in her mouth. Constructs do not need to eat. What she is doing is technically pointless. But Vera just starts stuffing the hardtacks into her mouth, one after another, like a ritual where she is picking up the baton. A flag being passed from Lustrous to Vera. If you can't take it, I will. I will take your dreams, your future, your desires to live your lost pain. I will take it all. She stands up, reaches inside Lustrous' coat, and takes out their legacy. She gives it to you. Now keep it safe. She nods. Stay here. I'm going spear fishing. Who knows how many things here are of use. I don't want Nicola nagging me for not trying to stop it from sinking. With that, she walks away resolutely. Oh, shit. Boss fight. Across the waves. Yes. I remember doing this. The sky opens up and rain pours down as if water from the whole world is converging here. Vera jumps onto the roof and finds the humanoid hybrid Ascendant standing not far away. Lamia lifts her head slightly, looking at the sky, letting the rain hit her face. Despite not expecting her to listen, Vera still raises the banner spear in her hand and points it at Lamia, threatening her loudly. Hey, fish girl. I don't know what's your deal with this city, but you better disable the submergence command right this second or this spear goes right through you, you hear me? The mermaid Ascendant turns her head toward Vera slowly. A strand of hair, wet from the rain, falls to the side with her movement, revealing her hollow-looking gaze. Vera is stunned. Vera knows that gaze intimately. The look of total desperation was once in her eyes as well. On that rainy day, after all her companions died, she also stood there looking at the rainy sky, letting the rain hit her, hiding her tears in the rain. I'm not going to give it to anyone. Lamia draws her twin blade, the edges of the curved blades looking like the arcs of comets flying across the sky. This is mine. Stop bothering this place. Sink. Sink! Lamia cries sorrowfully and charges at Vera with her blade held high. It's time. No, I couldn't deflect it. Oh. There we go. Nice. I'm already below half health. I'm terrible at this game. Oh shit. I have no more dodge. Okay. At least this game allows me to auto revive. Hang on. I want to turn this up. Ooh. Oh shit. I can't see where she's attacking. shit. I think I'm able to parry that, but like can't get the timing out. Yep. Reboot. Oh, she's so fast. I got one parry off from that. No shit. I cannot get the parry timing at all. Ugh. Oh, god damn it, camera. Oh my god. The freaking camera, man. Shit. Hang on, I gotta fix this camera. Right. Oh, wait. There we go. This is better. So I can properly lock onto her. Ah. Oh shit. Freaking Matrix. There we go. Oh, damn it. That was rough. I feel like giving it another try. Oh. The twin blade and the banner spear clash with each other, creating an ear-piercing ring. The air seems to be humming as well. Invisible ripples extend outward in the rain every time the blades meet. Taking advantage of a gap in Lamia's defense, Vera's spear strikes at Lamia, piercing a raindrop that is about to hit the butterfly on her chest. Before the spearhead connects, a large wave hits them from the side. It obstructs Vera's aim, and the spear only grazes Lamia's arm. Still, Vera's force is strong enough to leave behind a gaping wound, revealing the metal bones underneath Lamia's artificial skin. Lamia cries with pain. She backs away with a hand covering the wound, her eyes filled with anger and fear. She cannot defeat the construct before her. She is in her element, surrounded by the turbulent ocean, and yet she still cannot defeat the red-haired woman. There's something this red-headed woman has that Lamia does not. Lamia once saw the same kind of spark from someone else, but that someone was long lost within the seaborn city. Lamia shakes off the water on the flag before readjusting her stance and charges at Lamia again. It's impossible. Impossible. Stay away. Stay away. Lamia looks like she has seen a ghost, scared yet in awe. She keeps backing up. Another wave hits the platform. As if she is trying to escape, Lamia turns away from where the spear is coming from and jumps into the wave. Alright. I want to try that again. me try it again. I'm gonna turn the music down back to the way it was before too. I gotta switch the camera mode so I can properly have a better camera for this. Nope, too soon. Too soon again. My reaction to this stuff is so slow. Nice. This is the part that got me messed up. I gotta try and get the timing right for the parries. There we go, cool. Nice. No. Holy shit. Yeah, I can't react that fast. Damn it. No, I can't get that parry. It's a lot of... takes a lot of practice. I can't... Oh wow, I can't parry all of those, huh? I mean, you can, I just suck. If it's flashing red. Like that. Damn it. What? Okay. There we go. At least I revived only once in that one. Alright. Someday I'll get good. last node. Her flag. The city is about to sink, and this is when the storm stops. You look out, and the city is gone. The horizon reverts to a flat plain, the top of the 6 spires now tiny dots, barely noticeable. Even the tallest main city is fully submerged, save for the roof of the observatory. The wind howls, and the waves rumble. With one hand on her banner spear, Vera half kneels, half sits on the floor. She was going to overpower Lamia and subdue her, whatever it took to drag her back to the control panel so she could force her to disable the submergence command. But Lamia still ran away in the end. All Vera feels now is tiredness and frustration. How strange she was willing to go this far, she thinks to herself. Uncharacteristically, she does not have an answer immediately. This is very unlike her. She has not been this apprehensive for a long time. She has protected her target and retrieved the objective. She did not need to spend the extra effort in this place, and yet, what is done is done. She is too proud to need an explanation for her actions. A conqueror does not justify herself. Everything is instinctual. Suddenly, the loud whirring sound of engines appears in the distant sky. Struggling, Vera looks up and finds a tiny black dot approaching. A transport craft, but not one of Corona's. It is a Babylonia transport craft with the logo of Grey Raven on its wings. That is so damn late. No, not too late. Another quake from beneath her feet. Just like the first time when the city started sinking, this one is also earth-shattering. Ooh. Cutscene. Oh, it's rising again. Imagine seeing this shit in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean in real life. It's crazy. It'd be so crazy. Before Vera can react, before she can even register what is happening, the city begins to rise at a high speed. Covered in water, it bathes in this reflection of the sun. What use does a city have to submerge? To stay hidden from the public eye, to stay hidden. To go through their research without anyone disturbing them, I guess. They gave like an explanation of this earlier in this chapter, I think. I'm pretty sure they did. And besides, in this sort of context, it did help keep them safe from the punishing virus. Begins to rise at a high speed. Covered in water, it bathes in the reflection of the sun. For a second, it no longer is a graveyard. The ocean has cleansed it of its malady, or malady. Sorry, it's not M-I-L-A-D-Y. Malady, not milady. Malady. Underneath the sun now stands the lighthouse of human civilization from eons past. Vera closes her eyes. She recalls a way to measure time she once heard. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. If you compress this period of time into 12 months, then the history of mankind begins on the last night of the year. On that last night, which is 6.5 million years ago, the first hominin stood up, and instead of looking at the earth, it looked to the stars. It takes 60 seconds from humans understanding seasons, from observing the stars to the first astronaut planting his flag on the moon. And humankind's current obstacle, the punishing virus, is but a blip in the grand scheme of things. Showered in sunlight, Vera walks up, her eyes opened wide, looking directly at the sun. She can almost see the woman's figure against the glare of the sun. She reaches out a hand. She can almost touch it, the world, a second in the future. Like the astronaut on Apollo 11 planting his flag on the moon, Vera plants her banner spear by her side. It is an act of ancient primal instinct, claiming her territory. When their first ship entered orbit, they declared Earth theirs. When their flag was planted on the moon, they declared the moon theirs. That's a 6 screen. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's such a cool wallpaper. This game has tons of really awesome like illustrations in game and stuff. It's really, really cool. Humans will not stop conquering. They're super well done. Centuries after humans conquered the moon, those from Babylonia, they have conquered Earth again. Oh. One more thing. This is just my view and some guesses. I didn't want to leave it in this recording at first. But a good educated guess is no less valuable than a clear conclusion. Unfortunately, I don't have time to prove its validity, so I'll leave it to you, Seekers of Tomorrow. Maybe this will help your work. I've been thinking about the logic behind the punishing virus appearance. I doubt the 0-point energy itself could create the virus. There are no laws of physics that would support this emergence. There is a logic to every species and their place in the natural order. Sheep keep the amount of grass in check. Predators keep the number of sheep in check. What about the punishing virus? What role does it play in this order? As far as we can tell, the 0-point energy is a crucial condition for the punishing virus's existence. But personally, I prefer the theory that 0-point energy opened a pathway instead of creating the virus. The 0-point reactor is a product of extremely complicated advanced physics and mathematics. On the other hand, the more advanced the technology is, the more susceptible it is to the punishing virus. That is to say, a primitive civilization wouldn't have a chance to encounter it. The punishing virus wouldn't have crawled out of a furnace or a steam engine. Even if they did encounter it, as long as there was no electricity or digital devices, the punishing virus wouldn't have made a dent. The logical conclusion is obvious. The punishing virus targets highly advanced civilizations. It grows in a civilization like a parasite to keep it in check. And if the civilization is too sick to heal, it dies. That's right, an old cliche, the great filter of civilizations. I don't have any proof, obviously. I haven't observed any other civilizations that were hit by the punishing virus. Our only sample is humankind. But maybe you'll have the chance to go further. So jot this guess down in your notes. Oh wait, jot down this guess in your notes. I'll be very happy if it inspires you somehow. Shadows fall, the night is long, but the dawn will come. Go see the dawn for us. Finally. If everything we've done was wrong, then I think our only mistake is our own weakness. Living things reproduce. Civilizations expand. Since a monkey climbed down the tree 2 million years ago, humankind has been climbing up the food chain. We climbed with our hands and teeth at first. Then it was fire and spears. Steam engines, combustion engines, generators, computers. We were on top of the Earth's food chain, so we started reaching for the stars. We take skin and flesh from animals, and we take resources from nature. We take energy from the sun, the wind, the tides. We take and we take, our hunger boundless, just to feed our civilization. To go further, we built Babylonia. But traveling across galaxies require a power source greater than everything that has kick-started an industrial revolution in the past. So we tried to surpass the sun and control zero-point energy. It might seem that everything is destroyed now because of it, but we will not bemoan our involvement. We only regret that we have not completely conquered it. This will be my last journal entry. To the seekers of tomorrow. March on. Do not look back. Do not stop. Do not regret. March on. Do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rave at close of day. Rage. Rage against the dying of the light. The last journal of Lusters. Dang. That was good. This was a good chapter. This was really good. I wonder if I should do this. Actually, you know what? It's only been 3.5 hours. Yeah. Let's go through it. I don't mind it. All of Last Spark. Bam. Orphan of Science. As I expected, Lamia came from here. A huge explosion has caused this entire sea to tremble. It sends out a large circle of rapidly expanding waves, with Atlantis as the center. The monitoring system has quickly located the source of the explosion. It comes from an undersea level where the zero-point reactor is located. The logistics department is already cleaning up the reactor site. There is debris everywhere, but no signs of burning near the reactor. This is not surprising, considering that a zero-point reactor does not rely on the primitive combustion reaction to release its energy. Lustrous immediately arrives at the scene. She seems to be totally untouched by the disaster and begins asking questions. How's the situation? The disaster prevention system was activated in the first moment to cut off the power supply and isolate the radioactive beams. All facilities and personnel above the reactor level remain unharmed. How many casualties? 2 deaths, 1 seriously injured, 15 lightly injured. Medical department has taken over the injuries. Get the robotics department here to investigate, then upgrade the disaster prevention equipment. Who was in charge of the experiment? It was Libya from the research department. Remove her from the position, then send her back to land in the next supply ship. Is there a problem? She's the seriously injured one. I'm afraid she won't last long. Would you like to see her, ma'am? Lustrous closes her eyes. I have no interest in fools, but she doesn't deserve to die of stupidity. Make sure the medical department does all they can. The comms terminal suddenly lights up. Hello? Yes, she's here. I will let her know. Ma'am, it's from the medical department. Libya has passed. Why bother me with such news? The admin team will handle the compensation and the funeral. Libya was pregnant. The medical team couldn't save her, but managed to keep her baby alive. They want to know what they should do with the baby. We have never had a newborn here. Why is there a pregnant staff on the island? Olivia was supposed to return to the land with the last supply ship, but she couldn't leave her ongoing research until her due date was close. As far as I can recall, you approved her stay. Tell me where the baby is. The light in the corridor of the medical department is extremely pale and bright. It seems even the shadows have faded a bit. The ward is divided by a green curtain. On the bed in front of Lustrous lies a small, curled-up infant. Another bed is barely visible behind the curtain, with a lifeless figure lying on top of it. Lustrous frowns. What is this, a monkey? Where's Libya's child? Ma'am, this is her child. It's a girl. I'm not familiar with physiology. Is this what a normal baby should look like? No. The lower half of her body was crushed in the accident, possibly due to the explosion. We gave her basic first aid treatment, but how can we cure her? No, I'm afraid we can't, ma'am. We did everything we could to save a premature newborn from death. Honestly, I think it is a miracle that she is still alive. Lustrous lifts her eyes and glances at Libya's body under the green cloth. She frowns. Is it a common thing that the mother has died but the baby is still alive? It happened a lot in the old days. Back then, women could possibly die from excessive bleeding during obstructed labor, but modern medical science can save almost all the mothers nowadays. What's with this child, then? It was pretty incredible. Libya had a contraction on the brink of death. She was almost passing out, but she seemed to be determined to have the baby born, and she sort of succeeded. Well, it was us who took the baby out of her broken abdomen eventually. Is this a result of the so-called maternal bond? I don't know, but I remember a story I once read. A pregnant woman had her head cut off in a car accident, but her body managed to give birth to a healthy baby on the spot. Why? That's not something I would read, but okay. Jesus. When are the supply ships arriving? Send her back to the land with the next shipment. I'm afraid we can't do it anytime soon. The submergence day is just around the corner. Lustrous frowns again. Just keep her for now. Would you like to give her a name? Whatever, just give her a code. Don't waste my time with such trivial matters. Names are but an identifier. Lustrous lets out a sigh after a long time, as if she is making a compromise. Her mother's name is Libya. Let's just call her Lamia, then. Insane. Crazy. What? Okay. Foolishness. 1 unit, huh? So she was made into a construct. Oh, well, of course she was made into a construct. Duh. But I didn't think her backstory was thus. Jeez. Lamia once heard someone say, infants never keep their memories. The hippocampus and amygdala of the brain, which are essential for long-term memory, are still not fully developed during the infant stage. The memory links to various areas of the brain are constantly changing. Over time, such links are disconnected and memories will be lost. But the dusted memories start to come back as she runs her fingers across the cold steel walls and goes deeper into the city. It all started from a blazing white light. I remember this place. Lamia looks at the tiny room in front and squats down. There are coffee cups scattered everywhere. This was her home. A corner of the medical department officer has been separated by simple cardboard fences. The ground is covered by foam and plastic airbags that were originally used to wrap expensive devices. A tiny crippled figure is crawling inside the fence with 2 hands. There are no toys in the base, so the medical staff threw some cables, coffee cups, and writing boards for her to play. Why is she still here? We were too busy when the last supply ship arrived. Plus, we never put things that are alive on our regular asset registration. Are you going to send her back to the land through the cargo channel? Whatever. Forget it. Lustrous squats down to look at the crawling infant. She's so ugly, like a monkey. Can we get her to stand up? Yes, we can give her prosthetic lower limbs, but Lamia crawls to a pile of messy network cables and happily wraps it around her arm, like a kitten playing with a ball of yarn. Aww. But what? Her body is too young to take them. Then wait until she's older. Is there a risk? Every surgery has its risk. Not to mention she's only a kid. How certain are you? I'll do my best. Tell me your plan. I'll make a fresh incision after anesthesia to expose the cross-section of her lower limbs. Then I will close the blood vessels, strip the nerve endings, and connect the nerve endings to the electrodes of her prosthetic legs one by one. Finally, I will stitch up the wound and clean up the excess tissue. Why the sudden obsession with medical science? Are you concerned about this child? Maybe, but mainly because this is a field I've never tapped into before. It's my personal interest. The operation isn't too difficult. You'll be amazed by the Science Council's latest human modification technology. Oh, really? You can tell me about it next time. Start your operation now. I will observe the entire process from outside. As they say, infants never keep their memories. Oh, that was fast travel stuff. The terminal in the hall area is operating. What would you like to do? Log A? Advance to log A, yes. Retrieve data from nearby devices. Interact with device. Required action log not read. Recommendation, look for the relevant log on the terminal in the hall area. Let me switch my camera. There we go. Loading memory. You do not have permission to access log A. Query rejected. Interesting. Insufficient storage logs to authenticate. Recommendation, find the terminal in the hall area. According to the existing logs, there are no eyewitness accounts. Recommendation, find the terminal in the restaurant area. According to the existing log query, there are eyewitness accounts. Data transfer can be performed. A small room. Coffee cups scattered around. According to existing eyewitness accounts, data transfer can be performed. Crude cardboard fences. Plastic airbags for equipment packaging. So this is just Lamia collecting data on this stuff. Loading A complete. B, access permission granted. Loading complete. B is now accessible. Coffee cups. Square writing boards. Together with curly network cables. Assessment according to existing log, data may be stored in the terminal and when near the vending machine in the restaurant area. Brute hacking. We'll just brute hack it. Well, I want to see other stuff here. You have obtained all data of current log. Oh. I'm guessing they all say the same thing. Yep. Switch to log C with the main console in the hall area. Is there any way to make her stand up? Is it possible for her to survive such an intensive surgery? Just saying insufficient. Go to the restaurant area. Prioritize inspecting terminal in the leisure. Eyewitness accounts. Data can be transferred. Every surgery has its risks, not to mention she's only a kid. Okay, so we gotta go leisure and then back to restaurant and then back to hall. And then, okay. So leisure, restaurant. What? Telling me to go into leisure. Man, brute force it. You don't have permission, never mind. Telling me to go into leisure hall. Duplicate log found, failed to read. Okay, I'll go back into restaurant. Data transfer. Why the sudden obsession with medical science? Are you concerned with this child? And then leisure. What? Asking me to go back into the restaurant area now? I'm so confused. Duplicate log. Things telling me to find. I'm trying to do this properly, but keeps telling me to go back into the restaurant area, but there's nothing. Maybe I talked to this one. C complete. Okay, now we go back. This is a field I never tapped into before as my personal interest. How's that monkey lately? She has a name. Her name is Lamia, not monkey. Come on, Lustrous. Be nice. Her name is Lamia, ma'am. She's doing well. Staff on the island all like her. Like her? Are you kidding me? I'm not. Everybody likes her. She's an interesting kid. You can go take a look just to kill some time. I have no time to kill, and you shouldn't have any either. But I am getting a little curious since even you are making such a comment. In a corner of the medical department. When Lustrous finds Lamia, this little human has made a tottering tower using the coffee cups that others gave her. Leaning on the cardboard fence, Lustrous takes away the few cups at the top. The tower wobbles a bit and becomes balanced again. Lamia raises her head and frowns at Lustrous. Lustrous hands the cups back to her. Little Lamia gladly takes them back and smiles. Lustrous writes a few points down in her notebook. Taking the coffee cup away, negative emotion. Giving the coffee cup back, positive emotion. Extremely low emotional threshold. Emotional shifts can be triggered by tiny stimulations. The emotional logic of human infants differs significantly from that of adults. Interesting. Is she freaking just an AI robot? Jesus. A few months later. Ma'am, you haven't been here for a long time. Is that so? Lamia couldn't talk the last time you were here. Now she can say some basic words. Lustrous looks at Lamia. I'm Lustrous. Lamia stops playing with the coffee cups and looks at her without a clue. I am Lustrous. Lamia seems to have understood. She points to herself and utters an incoherent voice. I, Lamia. What about him? Uncle. What's this? Cup. And this place. Lamia shakes her head blankly. Atlantis. 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 Shatlandis. Lustrous shakes her head and makes a few notes. Hearing, normal. Vocal cord, normal. Language development, slow. Lustrous lets out a sigh. What a foolish young human. In a room of the medical department. It used to be a ward, but has been transformed into Lamia's personal room, with the medical director's special improvement. The desk is made from a pharmacy table, while the infusion chair has been modified into a working chair. Both of them are still too tall for Lamia, as her mechanical legs are unable to touch the ground where she sits on the chair. A few lines of simple equations are written on the paper. This time, the data director has come to check on Lamia. Greetings, sir. She takes a bow, trying to mimic the action of other staff. Hello. The data director responds half-heartedly, then looks at Lustrous. She does look stupid. Dumb like a monkey. Good. We had the same conclusion. Man, I hate these two already. I heard she was learning mathematics recently. How's her progress? I don't know. Fine, I'll test her myself. The following definition is constructed. Addition is an operation which combines two or more numbers into a single number. Define multiplication in the same manner. Intimidated, Lamia looks at the man in front. She awkwardly twists her fingers into the hem of her dress. I don't understand. Alright, next question. There are some chickens and rabbits in a barn. You know there are 35 heads and 94 legs. How many chickens and how many rabbits are there? Sorry, the question is too difficult. I don't know. The data director turns to Lustrous. She lowers the IQ of the whole Atlantis. Brother, she's just a kid. I've never witnessed such a foolish creature. She's a kid. You're teaching a kid like junior high level math. Lustrous doesn't realize, but her lips have curled under her mask. I'm glad that we have reached the same conclusion again. She writes down another 2 bullet points. Comprehension, poor. Reflex, slow. Oh, it makes me feel even more bad for Lamia. Makes me appreciate her more. Weakness. Lustrous always returns to her room on time after a day of work. The rooms in the base are designed like a beehive. Looking up from the corridor, Lustrous sees 2 cliffs full of shiny blocks, like frost flowers on giant glass. Every block is either a lab or a research room. Many people in white lab coats walk on the corridors, looking no different from worker bees without wings. Tens of thousands of drones hum around them, taking care of everything in the base under the management of the logistics department. They flow through the corridors, vents, and electric cables to perform cleaning and maintenance, so the researchers can focus on the zero-point reactor. The blinking signals of servers in the server room form a brilliant sea. The tall server cabinets look like solemn monuments, making the people working among them look like dust. The researchers only care about their studies. No matter where Lustrous goes, she can only hear discussions about physics and mathematics. The base is overflooded with a language formed by parameters, variables, and equations. But now there's a small variable. Right, that foolish young human. With a poker face, Lustrous walks up to the girl wandering in front of her door. What are you doing? Oops, ma'am. Who allows you to come over here? No one? Did I make you angry? Not yet. Are you looking for me? Yes. Speak. You have a minute. Huh? Speak. What? Why did you come here and why were you looking for me? You have 50 seconds left. The uncles at the medical department said you were the most powerful and smartest person in the base. The first description is true, the second maybe. You have 40 seconds left. So I want to ask you a question, because they didn't want to answer me. Ask, 35 seconds. But I'm scared. Will it make people upset? That's why people didn't want to tell me. It's not up to you to decide other people's reaction to your question. 28 seconds. 20. What is a mother? Ma'am? Did I make you angry? No, but I was a bit upset at the medical department people. Why? The uncles over there are all very nice. Please don't blame them. It's not up to you to decide. I was upset because they tried to cover up a trivial matter, which made me have to explain to you in person. Come in. You have so many books here. It's different from all the places I've seen. That's none of your business. Come here. Lustrous turns on the computer and opens the file of Libya. This is your mother. She gave birth to you. What is give birth? To humans, it's a process in which sperms and an egg cell merge in a mother's uterus and develop into a fetus, which is eventually delivered by the mother. I don't understand, ma'am. To put it simply, she made you. Like how the uncles in the robotics department made machines? Something like that. Look here. Can you see? Status, deceased. She's dead. When did she die? The day you were born. Did she die because of me? No. She died of her own stupidity. Is my mom a stupid person? Most times not, but one stupid mistake is all it takes to fail in Atlantis. I feel very sad. Lustrous isn't touched. I can't help you. I feel terrible. I'm going back to the medical department. The uncles there will give me medicine. No medicine can help you. My mom. Where is she now? Do you mean her body? We buried her in the sea. Is this her photo? Can I print a copy of it? No. Why? It's classified information. Please, ma'am. Can I just have one photo? No. What's with that hateful look? I usually only reject every question once. Today I did it twice to you. You should thank me instead. I hate you, Lustrous. The little girl runs out of the door, but her mechanical feet slip on the floor. She falls down, but immediately gets up again, disappearing in the other side of the corridor. Lustrous hears her cry across the long corridor. Aww. She lets out a sigh, then closes Libya's file and shuts her eyes. Wow. Yep. I hate Lustrous now. Powerlessness. Poor Lamia. Lamia remembers everything. How she was born and grew up. All the time she spent in this city and the sea. Everyone looked and laughed at her as if she was a monkey. Lamia always thinks she is too foolish for Atlantis, an unneeded presence. From then on, Lamia becomes constrained and introverted, fearing that her actions would annoy anyone. Aww. Precious. Precious girl. That woman named Lustrous, in particular. She never showed her a good face. Lamia vaguely remembers that the Cold War between her and Lustrous lasted a long time, until an inevitable event took place. She still remembers that day when the entire Atlantis was shaken by the screeching alarm. It is said that a virus named Punishing has swept the entire world during the submergence of Atlantis. Man, I feel so bad. Who allows you to come over here? I feel so bad for Lamia. Retrieve data from the devices. Current data A, B, C, D. That shit. What? What? How are you supposed to do that? It's so quick. Oh. I somehow managed to get that. And got that one. Nope. Do I have to start over? Okay, no. Ah, shit. There. That's why that kid is always constrained, introverted, afraid of annoying others. That day the sirens went off, the piercing alarms overwhelmed Atlantis. We gotta get A. It's on standby, so not here. Go into restaurant area then. A and D is needed. Alright, here we go, calibration again. That's way easier than the other one, what the heck? Book says that people will die from hunger if they have nothing to eat. When many people die from hunger at once, it's called a famine. Am I going to die from hunger? C is retrieved. B and A is needed. B is satisfied. We need A. We need C again. Iteration rejected. One of these gives C. Let's talk to the one that needed A and B. Just, I think this one. If I do this, I get rid of B. I need something that can give me... No, I lose C if I do that. I need something that gives me B. And then this one should just... This one takes away A, though. I have to get all four of them. Do these give one? Do these over here give A, maybe? I need to just grab A, and that's it. I grab this, I lose C. Oh, there we go. The book also says the world outside Atlantis is much bigger. The sea has its end, which people call land. Find the correct device to calibrate the rift. Do I have to interact with this again? No. Unlike Atlantis, they don't have stacks of rules on land. Over there, a warm hug and comfort will be given to every weeping child. Yeah, the people on Atlantis just don't give a shit about Lamia. Researchers have lined up in the corridor outside the canteen. The queue is incredibly long. Lamia cannot see its end. The researcher seems to have remembered something. He exchanges a few words with the colleagues nearby and leaves. He leaves a gap behind, but it is almost consumed by the moving queue. Lamia looks around. No one seems to have noticed her tiny existence. She immediately cuts inside before the gap disappears. Another tall researcher behind her finally notices her. He gives an exhausted look. Lamia is not sure whether it is because of work or her. You're the girl raised by the medical department? Didn't they teach you the rules? Lamia cowers. Of course she knows the rules. Colder than the seawater, but harder than ice. Lamia shrinks into her shoulders. trying to make herself look weak. She opens her eyes wide to give an innocent look. It doesn't always work. In fact, it never worked. The books in the library mention that humans have an emotion named sympathy, but it is an extremely rare sight in here. Lamia anxiously stares at the researcher's eyes. The white reflected on his glasses sends an inorganic chill up her spine. He finally looks up again without talking. It isn't out of sympathy. He has simply lost the interest for further interaction. Great. Lamia feels relieved. The queue continues to move slowly forward. She finally arrives at the white table after a long time. There was always lots of food here for everyone to take. The canteen used to be very noisy. But right now, the atmosphere feels dense and heavy. A row of logistics staff sit behind the table, each of them holding a writing board in their hands. Behind them is another line of fully armed security guards from the admin department, keeping the order. The logistics staff hasn't even looked at Lamia. He only stares at the roster in his hand. Name? Lamia. He is still not looking up. Lamia. His fingers run down the roster and finally come to a stop. Calorie intake is limited to 1,100 to 1164 kcals per day. These are your rations for today. He puts 2 biscuit bars on the table. Next. Lamia gulps down some nervous saliva and tries to gather courage. There is nothing wrong with trying. A failure can be tolerated. Excuse me? Is there a problem? Can I get another biscuit? I'm really hungry. No. Rations have been strictly calculated based on age, height, weight, and daily activity level. This is all you have. A security guard takes one step forward. To them, children are treated as adults without any special privileges. We only take queries about the expiry date or nutrition values. If you have other concerns, make a complaint to the admin department. There are lots of people waiting behind. Leave. Lamia carefully wraps the biscuits in her handkerchief and leaves the canteen. The base immediately starts to limit the food supply after the punishing outbreak. In the beginning, the basket containing rations was placed on top of the table. The cans and biscuits were stacked like mountains. Over time, the basket was moved next to the feet of logistics staff. Lamia had to stretch her neck to see it. She can no longer see it now. The rations were probably hidden under the table. What will happen in the future? The book says that people will die from hunger if they have nothing to eat. When many people die from hunger at once, it's called a famine. Will there be a famine in the base? Am I going to die from hunger? Lamia thinks. She has never seen the outside world. The book also says the world outside Atlantis is much bigger. The sea has its end, which people call land. Compared with land, Atlantis is only a grain of dust. There are many, many Atlantis on land with many, many people living inside. The horizon is twisty on land because there are these things called mountains over there. The plants she sees in the greenhouse grow together in large patches on land. They are called forest. Unlike Atlantis, they don't have stacks of rules on land. Over there, a warm hug and comfort will be given to every weeping child. Lamia curls in bed and falls asleep. Aww. I wish I could give her, like, child self a hug, man. I feel so bad. Curiosity. Lamia knows she is different from the others. She is scared of death, pain, and hunger. In fact, she fears everything. She is always full of emotions. Amongst them, she is like an alien from another world. Are all the people ruthless like them? Or is she just too weak? The question often haunts her, making her question the purpose of her existence. The medical director seems to be always busy writing things recently. The books and notes on his desk stack like a mountain. Lamia has a deep impression on him because he has been taking care of her for a long time. Maybe feeding is a more appropriate description. To him, Lamia is probably just a collection of many parameters. Height, weight, blood pressure, heart rate, vital capacity, basic metabolism. As long as these numbers are normal, he would not spend a little more time on Lamia. Lamia once tried to scream and cry in front of him. He had only one reaction: to diagnose if Lamia had any mental illness. After confirming that she was only throwing a tantrum, he immediately went back to work. He's now busy working on his desk, writing some sentences that Lamia cannot understand. "What are you doing, Uncle?" "Working." "But your job is to treat patients, isn't it?" "That was the old one. My mission has changed." "What do you mean, that your mission has changed?" "Soon, there won't be a medical director. I need to write down the instructions for my colleagues so they know how to use the medications." "I don't understand." To her surprise, he's not annoyed by her ignorance. "You know we are running low on rations, don't you?" "Yes." "Our food supplies won't last too long." "What should we do then?" "Easy. We just need to cut down on consumption." "How are you going to do that?" "We can let some people starve to death." Lamia opens her eyes wide. But who is going to die?" "The order is determined by how important their roles are to our current research. Starting from the admin department, followed by the logistics, and then the medical department." "Are you going to die too?" He sounds extremely calm. "Of course. As a member of the medical department, I am no exception." The medical director never looks back. Lamia only sees his cold, distant back. He has not even stopped doing what he was doing. But Lamia is overwhelmed with fear. She cannot help but raise her voice. "What about me?" "What? Am I also going to starve to death?" "No, you are quite special. Technically, you don't belong to any of the departments. The research director probably has other arrangements, but you won't stay long because you're of no use to us. Not that you have asked. I can check with the admin department and see which group they will put you in." I... Tears swell out of her eyes. "Oh." The medical director finally turns around after hearing her cry. "Are you crying?" Lamia can no longer control her voice. She only sobs even harder. I don't want to. I don't want to die." "You can't talk like this. Get yourself together, then we can talk." He focuses on his work again. After some time, Lamia's temper finally calms down. Her voice becomes hoarse, and her eyes are all swollen. Her sleeves are a complete mess from tears and snot. After hearing she has stopped crying, the medical director turns back again. "Can you talk properly now? Say yes or no." "Yes." "Why do you want to live?" "Why would anyone not want to? Have you all gone crazy?" "There's no point in venting your emotions. You didn't get my question. Let me ask you in a different way. Is there anything you must do?" "No." "Is there anything that cannot be completed without you?" "No." "Then I cannot see any necessity for your survival, either subjectively or passively." "I don't know what you mean by necessity. I just don't want to die." "Control your temper. There isn't anything I must do. But there are lots of things I want to do but haven't done yet. I want to go to the land." "Then, what are you going to do next?" "I don't know." "You don't even know what you want to do. Why do you still want to go to the land?" "I just want to see if the land looks like what the books say. I want to see mountains and forests with my own eyes. I want to step on sand and soil. I want to smell the grass after rain and find out if the wind on land sounds different from the wind here on the sea." "There are sand and gravel samples in the sample room. Oh, and soil too. The land is nothing different." "No, it's different." "Why?" "I can't tell why, but I know it's not the same." The medical director stares at her. His glasses reflect a cold white light. After a long time, the light seems to have softened a little. "I understand. It's curiosity. I gave up a lot of things to join Atlantis and work here. You are amazing. You just remind me of some things I gave up." "Huh?" You want to live, don't you? Lamia nods hard. Then you need to become valuable to us. This is Atlantis' rule. We have no room for anything useless. How can I become valuable? Don't be so impatient. Let me think about it. Right. There's a way. Quite risky, though. I'll take it. Let me finish first. Before the outburst of the punishing virus, the Science Council was working on a technology that could transform humans into modified machines. The technology is not mature yet, but we can give you modifications based on it. Let me think. You don't have lower limbs, so I'd better give you some bionic ones that can help you adapt to the sea, that way you can go out and collect information for us. As a source of information, you will become valuable. But I must warn you that in theory, only humans with sufficient Tantalum-193 affinity are qualified for such modification. We only have access to prototype technology. Maybe it has been updated, but I don't know. Our job was never to study or modify humans. We have no idea what the civilization has become out there. Neither do we know whether the modification can protect you from the punishing virus. Do you still want to go out? I'll take it. Lamia nods hard before he explains further. First birth. How did the operation go? Lamia cannot remember. All she knew was the medical department was swamped with people. Even Lustrous, who she had not seen for a long time, was there. She glances at Lamia on the operating table with an apathetic face. Did she ask for this? She requested it. Lustrous nods and leaves the room without looking back. The medical director then looks at Lamia. About to operate on you. Word of reminder, the pain will be insufferable. There's no way to go back once you've started. Lamia finds herself on a clean hospital bed when she wakes up. Her arms have become metal. The black shell and red joints glow under the pale white light. There is a large black plate on her head that looks like the head of a hammerhead shark, made from the same metal used in her arms. She cannot see the lower half of her body as it is covered under a blanket, but based on the metal parts on her waist, they are probably also replaced by machines. Her brain gradually starts to recover from anesthesia, as if it has finally accepted the reality and realized it's not a dream. But where am I? Lamia feels lost. She forgot how she ended up here. Could it be post-surgery complication? The medical director mumbles to himself. There are some minor problems, but it's a success nonetheless. Can't ask for much more from the first trial. Lamia moves her limbs. She struggles to walk as she is still not used to the extra parts on her body. Stop dawdling. Come here. We have to make you adapt to your body right away. You want to live, don't you? Then become valuable to us. This is Atlantis' rule. We have no room for anything useless. The medical department was swamped with people. She glanced at the operating table with an apathetic face. Word of reminder, the pain will be insufferable. There's no way to go back once you've started. Oh, shit. Okay. It was saying left control +2. I was hitting that, it wasn't working. So so I did left control +Q. Where am I? She was technically one of the first then to become a construct. That was her first try, you couldn't ask more, it was difficult to move. Stop dawdling, come here, we have to make you adapt to your body right away. The origin story. My chest tightened, as if something was trying to crush my heart. How do you feel now? Better. I did read, too, on her profile, she has the mental age of a 16-year-old, so I guess when this happened, she was probably around 16 years old. Since constructs don't necessarily age. After a long time. Nami's body has finally adapted to the hypergravity effect and settled down. Caused by the waves and settled down, yeah. Jumbled buttons. It's so janky. How's the pressurization going? 400 times the atmospheric pressure, equivalent to the pressure in her condition. Took some time, but she's already used to this new body. There is a giant water tank in the medical department. One side of the tank is made from transparent tempered glass. Researchers stand outside the tank, while Lamia looks at them anxiously from within. Start the pressurization. Let's begin with 100 times the atmospheric pressure, approximately the pressure at a depth of around 1 kilometer in the ocean. The water pressure suddenly increases. Lamia feels like something has grasped her heart and is crushing it. A huge force is pressing her chest. Her eyes bulge out as a sharp pain hits her nerves, as if millions of steel needles are piercing through her skull. She opens her mouth to scream for help, only to swallow more cold seawater. Your body does not need oxygen now. Forget your human habits. Adapt to the environment. After a long time, Lamia's body has finally adapted to the hypergravity effect caused by the intense water pressure and settled down. How do you feel now? Better. I will increase the pressure then. Please wait a second. 1 week later. How's the pressurization going? 400 times the atmospheric pressure, equivalent to the pressure at a depth of around 4 kilometers in the ocean. In her condition? All readings normal and stable. It took some time, but she is already used to this new body. Good. She's going to be useful. Man, I feel so bad for Lamia. I mean, I already liked her enough from Cradle Parade, but this really just, man, way anchor. After the admin and logistics departments had their food supply cut off, it's the medical department's turn. After finishing their last meal, all medical staff gather to the edge of the base. There's an exit that goes directly to the outer sea. It's raining outside. The sky is dark and gloomy, just like the future that mankind is about to face. The researchers stand in rain, holding umbrellas. In front of the team is Lustrous, as well as Lamia, who has already walked into water. The only light on the water comes from the outer buildings of Atlantis in the distance. It looks like wavering fireflies. Lamia, you have proven your value. We have decided to send you into the outer sea. Your duty is to collect data and come back to notify us if, although quite unlikely, the punishing disaster has ended and peace is restored to the world. Will do. That's all. Do you have anything to say? What to say? To whom? Lamia is confused. Looks like you don't. What about you? She turns back and looks at the medical department. The medical director takes one step forward. There's nothing else we can do for you. You can go, Lamia. Lamia takes a good look at everybody. Behind them is the skyscraping metal gray Atlantis. Its top has almost emerged with the dark clouds in the sky. She leaps into the sea. She makes a big splash, creating ripples on the surface. Lamia disappears in the vision before the water settles down. She has left without a moment's hesitation. Atlantis is definitely not a place that she wants to stay. Moments later, Lustrous glances at him. What are you laughing about? Nothing. I just thought of a story in the Bible. When the waters of the great flood finally subsided, Noah sent a dove who later returned with an olive branch. He then knew the ground was dry enough. We just sent out our dove. I'm afraid she won't find the olive branch, and we won't survive till the flood is over. At least we gave her a purpose. And I don't think such a frail and weak girl would remember her purpose. Not necessarily. A purpose is better than none. You have been taking care of that child. Not really taking care. I just kept her healthy. Why? I didn't give that duty to you or anyone else. I don't know either. I just couldn't watch her die. Is that why you prepared the operation for her? Not entirely. Can I ask why you decided to save her in the first place? Because she's a human. It's probably the same reason for me. That child isn't smart. In fact, she is quite dull. Right. She is slow in reaction and very emotional. I see no outstanding potential in her. And very weak. She can't even help in physical duties. It must be exhausting to take care of such an incapable little thing. Not really. To be honest, she is so incapable that she can't even create real troubles. She once stormed my office and shouted at me because I didn't let her take away a photo of her mother. Did she? But isn't that a normal reaction from a child that misses her mother? Maybe. I've been away from a normal human society for too long. There isn't any normal human society left. She does have something we lack. What is it? Weakness. That isn't good. But that is what defines a normal person. Atlantis is a fortress and we are prepared to die here fighting. But she was only involved in this war by accident. She could not choose where she was born and grew up. I once felt that she reminded me of something. Something that I gave up long ago before entering Atlantis. It's strange, isn't it? She was foolish, gutless, hesitant, even stubborn. But we could never give up on her completely and just watch her die. Most people are like that. Which is why the world outside Atlantis has gone to destruction. But we are working here to save the future of those people. The surgery and this gather information purpose. They were just your excuses, weren't they? The medical director laughs bitterly. You know I can't hide it from you. The only purpose of that surgery was to make sure she could survive in a world wrecked by the punishing virus. There was no other way to save her. She must go out there and survive on her own. It's up to her how far she can get. Sounds like you never expected her to come back and tell us the water is gone. Of course. Even if the punishing disaster ends one day, we won't live to see it. Maybe you still can. We don't have much time left. Lustrous turns around and looks at her colleague. He stares back with a calm and prepared look. I'm going back to work. Is there anything else you want to say? The medical director gazes at the gloomy sky outside the corridor. There seems to be a little moonlight shining through the far horizon, giving the sky a barely visible silver lining. Ma'am, I am sorry, but I have to say this. Honestly, I am tired of this view, but I still wish I can live to see it one more time. When I watched that kid struggle in the water, I was thinking to myself that it was a good thing to be alive. To be alive means I can feel sorrow, pain, and anger. I can give my best for tomorrow. Rationally, I am already prepared. I know this is the best solution and there is no other choice. But, just like that kid, I don't want to die. We aren't devoid of weakness. We were just forced to send it away. Lustrous has not talked. She stands on the shore and remains silent for a long time. Finally, she lets out a slight sigh that melts in the wind of the Atlantic. Gosh, this hidden story is so depressing. And kind of dark. Another journey. Not kind of dark, it's fairly dark. She is in the sea, but her body keeps sinking. Lamia thinks she is crying, but she cannot tell whether the tears come from the pain that the red-haired construct left or from her inner heart. Why did I forget it all? Since when did I abandon everything in the past? Why did I end up like this, living in the world like a mindless zombie? Lamia cannot remember. Lamia wandered a long time after arriving at the real land. The humanoid hybrid construct tech made her mind constantly unstable. Without an in-verse device, she was soon infected by the punishing virus. And she has forgotten how she became Lamia, the Ascendant. She only remembered this vague wish that she had not completed. But everything starts to come back when she steps on this island. Your duty is to collect data and come back to notify us if, although quite unlikely, the punishing disaster has ended and peace is restored to the world. It's a request, but also a curse. When she finally arrives at the deepest section of the city and connects to Atlantis' central control system, it has identified her biological ID and automatically played a video. Although I never held any hope, I still wanted to give it a try, even if there was a 1 in a million chance. That's why I decided to record this message. Only you can see this video, Lamia. When you see it, you must have finished your long journey. You are back. Very good. You have completed your mission. You are a useful child. Welcome home. Oh, and she smiled too. Now you are free. Lamia has lost all hope again. Oh, well, I say she smiled, but I went awe, but Lamia has lost all hope once again. She was not supposed to have any feelings for the city. The people were ruthless and distant. She rarely received any real warmth. But as her memories come back, her heart begins to shatter and completely collapses after hearing the last word from Lustrous. From this moment, she no longer has a place to go back to. Lamia activates the submerge process. Just let everything sink to the bottom. As long as Atlantis remains unknown to the world, it will be her eternal dream. She can tell herself that all those people are still living in the city, continuing their unfinished research. The sea is so quiet when it drives people crazy, It is so deadly and full of sorrow. But when she is knocked into the water and sees the city completely submerged in the sea, she is struck by some pain that she cannot describe. It is heavier than the water pressure of the deep sea, crushing her chest. Something is really going to disappear. She knows she must stop, so the really important things will not vanish. Atlantis is the evidence that they once existed and fought here. It is their grave. So she swims back to the city and terminates the submerge. Atlantis lived, and so did they. Tears pour out of her eyes into the salty seawater. As the city rises, Lamia turns back and swims away. In the river of time, all her sorrow and regret will eventually pass, along with the never-ending tears, flowing to the other side of the sea. In the end, it all turns into tranquility. Oh, that was sad. Yeah, now I really have this whole different appreciation and like sympathy towards Lamia. Oh, I feel so bad for her. That was so sad.
仕事を少し手伝おうか。その目は疑ってるの？口にはしてないけど、なんかバカにされてる感じ。
God bless her, man. That was a good chapter. Normal mode was really fun to go through. It was really good. It had equal parts dialogue, equal parts action, which I really like. And it was a lot easier for my voice to handle. Because right now my throat doesn't actually feel very like coarse. It doesn't sound very coarse. It doesn't hurt. Sure. So that was good. And the whole hidden story involving Lamia, her origin, her birth, basically. Man, I really do feel bad for her. If she hadn't been born in that sort of environment, you know? If she had been born in that environment, she wouldn't have to deal with all that nonsense. Yeah, the people of Atlantis were so fixated on trying to, you know, help humanity that they just kind of disregarded their emotions, their sympathy for others, and only ever focused on work. They pretty much just became machines. Man. I feel so bad for Lamia. I really do. Like, I don't know how many times I have to say it, but like, I feel really bad. Here, just for her, I'm gonna use the Lamia OST. Poor Lamia. Alright. It's been almost 5 hours. That's good enough for me. Again, interludes will be later down the line in the future. For now, main story. At least until after we finish surviving Lucen. Now, the next chapter is going to be 16, which I also played through. I don't remember playing through this, actually. Like, at least with Last Spark, with chapter 15, I remember playing as Garnet. I remember playing as Vera through the quests and through the missions and stuff. But I don't remember anything about this at all. Not a single thing. Not one thing. I know this is the Roland patch, though. I don't remember a single thing. Crazy. I don't even think going through the mission, through the combat areas will jog my memory for anything either. So it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be very interesting. It looks about just as long as Last Spark is. There's plenty of like combat nodes here, so I'm looking forward to it. Looks like it's the same as the previous chapter, or as chapter 15. So yeah, I'm excited to go into this next time, later this weekend on Friday, because tomorrow and the day after that will both be Divinity Days. So with that being said, I hope you enjoyed. That will be it for me for tonight. So thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. And I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoy the stream. Again, tomorrow and the day after, and 2 days in a row, starting from tomorrow, will be Divinity. So Tuesday and Wednesday. Alrighty. And then this weekend will be PGR again, continuing on with the main story. So again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. See you tomorrow for Divinity. Thank you. Bye-bye.